Colombo in collaboration with the Department of Museums, Sri Lanka. I am happy that delegates from Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal and Sri Lanka attended here for this conference. Saarc Center, which is the only regional center in Sri Lanka under the Saarc organization, and we engaged in implementing for promotion of cultural cooperation, for bringing the people of South Asia closer. In this respect, Saarc Cultural Center has been conducting programs in Sri Lanka and other member states related to culture to achieve its mandated objectives. That process gives opportunities for the people of the region to develop cultural relations for their benefits. By organizing this conference on development of museums in South Asia, first time in Sri Lanka, Saarc is trying to provide a platform for scholars who are engaged in handling subjects related to museology in South Asia to review all aspects of the subject. The museum is a place where whole civilization in any country brings under one roof, and it plays an important role in giving exposition to the country's rich heritage. This conference on South Asian museums is aimed at better development of museums in the South Asian region. So we have gathered here this region and review all important aspects with regard to the international scenario of the development of museums. Finally, at the end of the conference, we will be trying to make some positive recommendations to be made to the member states for implementation in their countries. This will be the final outcome of this international conference. Today, for this very important conference, we are very proud that Honorable Bharat Minister of National Heritage, Sri Lanka, has come here to grace this occasion as the chief guest. We appreciate his concern for this historic event on South Asian museums taking place in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And also, I would like to pay my gratitude for all the governments of the states, all high commissions and embassies of the states in Colombo, Saarc Secretariat, Kathmandu, Ministries of External Affairs and National Heritage, Sri Lanka, Department of and other institutes and individuals for the assistance given for organizing this event. Dr. Nanda Vikram Singh and Samida Aspire, Sri Lanka, who was working with us since the commencement of the process of organizing this conference. They were leading role as a collaborative partner, and I express special appreciation to her, to them and to our staff for their assistance. Finally, while welcoming you once again, I invite all participants here to give your utmost contribution at the sessions of the conference to come up with a useful outcome for the benefit of the people of South Asia. That is what we expect finally from this international conference, and I would like to express my appreciation to all delegates from Nepal and Sri Lanka for kind their schedule and traveling out of the region to attend to this conference, and I wish you a happy, pleasant stay in Colombo.
Thank you, sir. I now kindly call upon Dr. Nanda Vikram Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of National Heritage, Sri Lanka, a distinguished public servant of the country, served in numerous capacities including that of Director and Assistant Commissioner, Department of Archaeology, and more recently as the Director, Department of National Museums, to deliver the keynote address. Good morning. Honorable Dr. Saarc, Minister of National Heritage, Director, Saarc Cultural Center, Mr. Saarc, Deputy Director, Saarc Cultural Center, Dr. Sanjay, Director, National Museum, Mrs. Sanuja Kaspariarachchi, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Director Saarc Cultural Center, Mr. Saarc, and the organizing committee for inviting me to deliver the keynote speech. In my speech, I wish to touch on the museum collection, museum education, and museum training. Museums are now widely recognized as vital agencies of educational and cultural development and powerful public instruments of contemporary cultural formation. These institutes are not only some of the most active repositories of cultural and natural heritage, they are also amongst the most powerful educators in the promotion of awareness and experience of that heritage. There is now a worldwide trend to build and develop museums. During the last 2 decades, we have seen an exponential expansion in the number, scope and character of museums everywhere in the world, unparalleled in any other period of museum history. I also think the museum experiences become collaborative. Museums should become more comfortable with letting audiences have a say, and again technology can facilitate this. This kind of interactive experience should be the key building platform I also think the museum experience is becoming increasingly collaborative. Museums should become more comfortable with letting audiences have a say, and again technology can facilitate this. This kind of interactive experience should be the key building platform in the development of modern museums. It is actually not too hard to imagine with the rise of a BYOD culture, that is bring your own device. Users and visitors are more and more likely to be carrying computer devices into a museum or venue. Countless numbers of smartphones and tablets must pass through museum doors every day, hidden in the pockets, purses and bags of visitors. Some museums are already exploiting their tech-savviest audience members, such as the Imperial War Museum in the UK. But then again, we have to be careful in such adaptations, because rushing ahead to dress up our museums for a more personal experience, we risk including those who don't own a tablet or smartphone. Another aspect that we need to look into considering the development of museums in the modern world is the opening time. Why should museums and galleries close at 5:30? Why is it only possible for most of us to only see things at the weekend? It seems to me that museums suffer because they are not seen in the same light as theatres, cinemas, concerts, restaurants, etc. in terms of a destination for free time or entertainment. Whereas they should be the ideal place for such entertainment which could cater the entire family. Tapping into a market of working professionals who leave work as the museum door closed could not only increase foot flow and sales, but might also have a positive effect on how the wider public view museums as a whole and the effect it could have on one's values and heritage. By opening up the space into sociable and after-work hours, the museum becomes an entertainment hotspot. As you all know, worldwide museums are established for the purpose of collection, conservation, education, research and enjoyment. Now I will move to museum collection. Many museums have storerooms full of objects that were acquired in the past without due thought. Hence, it is important to have a written policy on acquisition of objects. Such policy makes it clear to staff, visitors and donors what you will accept and what you are looking for. The museum mission statement, description of the collection, types of objects to be collected and acquisition procedure should be included in the policy. Developing an acquisition policy is essential to maintaining a well-functioning museum. Another key important aspect in collection management is the use of IT, in which the West was the pioneers. The earliest museum automation traces to the late 1960s, when the West used mainframe IBMs to give museum staff access to collection information. Collection management systems were designed around the needs of back office staff who were continually editing data records about museum objects. Many are stale, ugly, yet highly functional legacy systems that run on an old Windows PCs, saving data on a server which the museum keeps in a broom closet. Since the late 1990s and the growth of the internet, collection management software had a new job to also make collections available to museum users. The challenge was that the server in the broom closet was not designed to host millions of hits from the internet. So vendors created separate web modules. Unfortunately, this is one area that Sri Lankan museums direly lag behind. Museum education. Museums do not speak for themselves, they speak for us, expressing in their silent language concepts, feelings and ideas we would like to say ourselves, but have no words. What we in fact have in the museum can be compared with Diderot's metaphor for the encyclopedia, a machine for making stockings. A whole process into where you feed raw material and stockings emerging at the end. What we feed into our museums at the beginning of the raw material of culture, such as objects, stones, textiles, specimens, will emerge as the sign of culture, ready to be used in different ways for different means. Museum education should not be a teaching process, but a learning process. It should be an apprenticeship, an experiment on how the stockings, or rather the signs of culture, are produced and how they can be used to enrich and entertain our minds. As museum professionals, our task then is to facilitate people to learn how to use the museum machine so that they could read the world without the needs of words. Museum education is no longer limited to a simple guided tour for school. My belief is that education is never a secondary function of a museum. Of course, collection and conservation of objects relating to our natural and cultural heritage and research on these subjects remain fundamental to the mission of museums. But the information so acquired remain valueless unless it is made available to the world community. Training and museum professional development. By professional development, I mean helping students and emerging museum professionals become more thoughtful museum thinkers and makers. I am thinking about learning to think more critically and creatively about both one's niche within the museum world and the larger system of the museums. Much of the writing on museum theory and practice can contribute, of course, to professional development, but no number of how-to articles or books contextualizing contemporary museum exhibitions and programming is sufficient in itself. The difference between learning how to do something in a museum context and developing oneself professionally within the museum field is frequently vast. It is the difference between reading an article on how to grow tomatoes and reading a book like Food Not Lawns and planning a suburban or suburban garden that recycles resources via a system of ponds, swales, compost heaps and seed preservation. Rapid changes in the cultural and economic environment in which museums have no function require rapid adaptation by members of museum staff. All those in positions of authority are being required to develop business management skills, while all staff meeting the public must develop improved skills in visitor service. The most effective professional development takes place within systems and networks. In my experience, the best professional development frequently happens spontaneously. According to research done by John F. Kennedy University's graduate program in museum studies, the professional development is sevenfold. 1. Professional development must be anchored to learning objectives. 2. Conversations are essential to professional development. 3. Effective professional development stimulates more creative and critical thinking. 4. Professional development allows individuals to create their own networks by introducing them to network nodes in their areas of interest. 5. The best professional development has both online and face-to-face components. 6. Professional development should be viral. 7. The best professional development makes space for evaluation. I assume my effort in trying to explain the key highlights of development of modern museums was fruitful. How museums also must evolve with part of the surrounding world. As the famous saying goes, absence of evidence is evidence of absence. So as museum professionals, we must be proud that we are the ones who preserve and showcase the evidence of yesterday's present. I wish you a pleasant day and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Singha. I kindly call upon our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Jagat Balasuriya, to address the gathering.
Good morning to everybody, Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners of Saarc countries, members of diplomatic corps, Mr. G.L.D. Samarasinghe, Director, Saarc Cultural Center, and Deputy Director, Dr. Saarc, and their colleagues, distinguished invitees, participants, and Director, our museum, Tanya Kasraj. First of all, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Samarasinghe, Director, Saarc Cultural Center, Sri Lanka, for inviting me to be present here today. Saarc Cultural Center has organized a very important international conference on development of museums in South Asia. Curating culture for present and future along with the technical sessions for presentation of research papers. Furthermore, the conference invited young researchers to participate in the poster sessions to showcase their research. A museum is not merely a storehouse of the past, but an active educational center that both presents and explores material, cultural in their contextual framework. In this sense, the mandate of a museum extends beyond the displaying artifacts to that of shaping knowledge. Traditionally, the museums were assigned the duty of exhibiting objects of historical value. Today, their outlook is increasingly changing to serve as knowledge hubs, catering to wider audience. Along with this digital revolution, there has been a drastic change in the management, administration, networking, and outreach of the museum. Each of these areas is today defined by the technical advancement and technological improvements. As a result of information revolution, museums face multiple changes that include but are not limited to democratizing access to their collection, digitizing information, and receiving invaluable material. The South Asian Museum are no exception. Museum is our part of the world face the same issues as their Western counterparts and are seldom able to address these, mainly due to lack of expertise required to adapt to these changing digital realities, institutional constraints, and low level of general awareness about the changing role of museums in the 21st century. As a Minister of National Heritage, I am especially happy about this conference and other associate activities organized by the Saarc Cultural Center, Colombo, in collaboration with the Department of National Museum, Sri Lanka, which is under my ministry. It is very important to share findings of their discoveries with the other nations. This conference will provide a platform to share their findings and experiences. I know the Saarc Cultural Center is always dedicated to protect and promote cultural heritage. They organize seminars, workshops, training programs, exhibitions for this purpose for the Saarc countries. This is one of the valuable steps taken forward to explore the feasibility of evolving a vision document for South Asian museums. I am sure that this conference will definitely help to promote further research on development of museums in our region as South Asian people are having a rich heritage. I congratulate Saarc Cultural Center on this remarkable initiative and wish the conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Final item on our agenda is the vote of thanks by Ms. Apsara Karunaratna, Research Assistant, Saarc Cultural Center, Sri Lanka.
Members of the diplomatic corps, delegates from the Saarc member countries, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Saarc Cultural Center, it gives me great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks at the inaugural session of the Saarc International Conference on Development of Museums in South Asia, Curating Culture for Present and Future. Since the Saarc Cultural Center started functioning in 2009, it has come a long way and has been playing an important role in bringing together the countries of the Saarc region. Almost every month, Saarc Cultural Center organizes various forms of programs such as research seminars, conferences, cultural and literary festivals, artist camps, symposiums, workshops and film festivals to further tighten the bonds of the Saarc countries. With a view to sharing new developments in the management, administration and research in various cultural sectors, archaeology, archives, museums and historical architecture, the Saarc Cultural Center has drawn an elaborate program to organize international conference on an identified theme on an annual basis. Thus, in 2012, the Centre had organized Saarc International Conference on Archaeology of Buddhism, Recent Discoveries in South Asia. And in 2013, it organized Saarc International Conference on Development of Archives in South Asia, the Future of Archives and Archives in the Future. This conference is therefore the third in sequel of international conferences organized by the Saarc Cultural Center. It gives me great pleasure to thank all those who directly or indirectly have assisted in organizing this conference. It is time to pay our undivided gratitude and acknowledge the contribution of many who made this event possible. On behalf of the Saarc Cultural Center, let me first of all thank our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Jagat Balasurya, Minister of National Heritage, Government of Sri Lanka, for being with us today at the inaugural ceremony of Saarc International Conference on Development of Museums in South Asia. We thank him not only for his presence with us today, but also for providing his patronage for all our activities. We also thank the keynote speaker, Dr. Nanda Vikramasinghe, Secretary, Ministry of National Heritage, for her scholarly keynote address, the full text of which you will find in the Book of Abstracts. We thank the Ministries of National Heritage and Cultural Affairs and Arts, Government of Sri Lanka for their help and support. We thank the state nominees to the conference. We are convinced that your presentations and interactive dialogue would enhance the learning process and draw us closer to the objectives of the conference. We also believe that your active commitment will go beyond the deliberations at this conference and help in protecting and developing museums in South Asia. It was possible to organize this conference thanks to the cooperation that we received from the Saarc member states. We thank the governments of Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal and Sri Lanka for sending their official delegations for this conference. We also owe our gratitude to all embassies,
High Commissions and Saarc divisions of Ministry of External Affairs for securing these official nominations. Quite a few amongst those present here have come on their own. We appreciate their commitment and thank each one of them for being present at this conference. We also appreciate the role of Saarc Secretariat in Kathmandu in coordinating the member states and are grateful to His Excellency Arjun Bahadur Thapa, Secretary General of Saarc, and other Secretariat staff for their cooperation. We thank the Vice Chancellor, University of Sri Javaganapura for providing the media coverage to the entire event and Mr. Manoj Upashanta for helping us in this regard. The Central Cultural Fund and its Director Professor Damini Adhikari and Dr. Senarat Disanayaka, Director General Department of Archaeology, for allowing free access to the heritage site of Anuradhapura for the participants of the conference. We thank our friends from the media, both print and electronic, especially the Sri Lanka Broadcasting Corporation and Sri Lanka Rupavahini Corporation for giving a wide coverage to this event and hope that their cooperation will continue in future as well. We thank the collaborator of this conference, the Department of National Museums, and a very special note of appreciation goes to Ms. Sanuja Kasturiarachi, Director, Colombo National Museum, for her crucial role as the co-convener of the conference and her entire staff for giving their support and for coordinating all the activities from the part of the National Museum. Finally, I would like to thank our Director, Mr. G.L.W. Samarasinghe, the Founder Director of the Saarc Cultural Center, for his leadership, guidance and support. On behalf of the Director, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Garg, the Head of Research, the brainchild of this conference, who has always been a beacon of inspiration in our endeavors and patiently guiding his team in making this a reality. Ms. Soundari David Rodrigo, Deputy Director Program, and Mr. Karma T. Ranchu for their support and assistance. Mr. Kirti Gunathilaka, our Administrative Officer, and Ms. Yenuka Senadipati for the support in organizing the logistics. Mr. Mahinda Simanasekar, the Documentation Officer, for handling the media and the press. Mr. Kalun Darshana Bangara, Finance Officer, for handling the finances. Mr. Ishan Amaravira, Computer Operations Officer, for designing the conference material and uploading conference materials and uploading the information on the web. Ms. Shantini Rajgopalan for all the secretarial assistance. Our efficient and diligent team of interns, Ms. Oshadi Lekamasan, Ms. Chandini Mekmini, Ms. Melanie Malagarachi for all the hard work. RPMs and drivers, Mr. Navin, Mr. Deepal, Mr. Ajit, Mr. Lakshina and Mr. Chandana. I am grateful to each and everyone at Saarc Cultural Center for all their efforts and for the great team spirit. We are thankful to all those present here for your participation. Without you, this event would not have been what it is now. We thank you for your participation and we wish you all a pleasant, successful and insightful experience. We hope you take back memories, friendship and above all, a revived commitment to protect the cultural heritage of South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, the inaugural session comes to a conclusion. A group photograph and tea have been arranged on the ground floor. I kindly invite all our distinguished invitees and participants to join us on the ground floor for the photograph and tea. This will be followed by academic sessions commencing at 11 a.m. Also, academic sessions are only open for registered participants, that's those who have paid the registration fee. If there are participants who have not paid the fee and are still interested in being part of the academic session, please make a payment at the registration desk and join us at 11 at the auditorium for the academic session. Thank you.
guests, Mr. Mantra. Let me welcome the first introductory session of this conference. I am very happy to be able to have this session. Introduction by Dr. Sanjay to our presentation made by Dr. So I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay to make this presentation of introduction of this conference.
Good morning, dear participants. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me once again welcome you all to this conference, which is the first international conference that the Saarc Culture Center has organized on the theme of museums. The Saarc Culture Center is the youngest of the 11 regional centers of the Saarc and the only regional center in Chile. It was established in 2009 within a short span of little over 5 years. It has taken giant leaps for establishing itself as a center for excellence. The multifarious activities of the Saarc Culture Center cover various aspects of our cultural heritage and include holding of an annual international conference on a theme relating to cultural profession. And as my colleague Apsara told you in vote of thanks, that we started this series of holding annual international conferences in 2012 when we addressed the theme of archaeology. The theme was Archaeology of Buddhism, Recent Discoveries in South Asia. After that, last year in December, we had another international conference on the theme of archives, and again we focused on the future of archives and archives of the future. And this year, continuing in the same series, we have gathered here to talk about the museum and museology on the theme Curating Culture for Present and Future. So with this background, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to share some of my thoughts with you on some of the issues and challenges that the museums, especially in South Asia, face today. In the process, I have raised more questions than I can possibly answer. But I am sure that at the end of the deliberations, some vital leads will emerge. Museums, as you know, are an important means of showcasing and facilitating the cultural exchange and development of mutual understanding, cooperation and peace amongst people. They house the material objects which represent history, culture and civilization of a community or of a nation that form their identity. The museums are also a great source for education and learning, something what our keynote speaker had touched upon in her keynote address. However, many of the museums of South Asia are have largely remained unaffected by the new trends and modern techniques of museum planning, display, disaster preparedness and visitor management, to name just a few of the crucial areas of the overall museum management. A recent development, for example, is the establishment of virtual museums, which complement, enhance and augment the museum experience through personalization, interactivity and richness of contents. These virtual museums also expand the outreach of the museums exponentially by reaching out to the innumerable armchair visitors, to use the term coined by Mr. Dayadesan, whom you are going to listen in a while. According to an estimate, by the year 2020, 1 billion new people will come online for the first time, predominantly through mobile-based internet connections. These are all potential visitors to our museums, and we need to get up to reach out to them. We need to tell them the stories of their histories in a way that are most interesting, unobtrusive and meaningful. How we can harness the mobile technology in expanding the virtual outreach of our museums is something we would be hearing tomorrow from Mr. Abhishek Gureja, Director of the Winjet Digital, one of India's leading solution providers in the field of IT. Museums today are a complex organization involved in publishing, hosting film and documentary makers, talk shows, even fashion shows, marketing memorabilia, and also in promoting research. There is now an increasing demand by the scholars and the general visitors to see more than what meets the eyes. As a result, many museums in the West are adopting visual storage medium. A modern museum is not merely a storehouse, as our chief guest mentioned, of the relics of the past, but a knowledge center which enhances the learning experience of the visitors, both physical and virtual. And thus, it plays an active role in the service of the community, both present and the future. And that is the reason why the present conference focuses on the role of museums in curating culture for present and future. One of the objectives of the conference is to examine the existing policies, plans, strategies, standards and procedures that are in use in the museums located in the Saarc member states and assess their suitability to meet the challenges of the future. It is time that we put our heads together and explore the feasibility of evolving a vision document for South Asian museums. We also need to develop and adopt a mechanism for synergizing capabilities and resource sharing. I am sure that with your active cooperation, we shall be able to achieve the objectives that we have set out for ourselves. Today, thanks to the technological advancements, especially in the field of the information and communication technology or ICT, we are in a much more advantageous position than our predecessors. Sharing of information, which is so vital for developing an informed citizenry, which in turn is the basis for a knowledge society, has become so easy and has transcended the geographical boundaries. We need to harness the modern technology and liberalize the access to our museum collections through electronic means. The South Asian region constitutes a vast geographical expanse that represents a shared history and a cultural continuum. The material remains of the past fill the galleries and storehouses of a large number of museums, both in government and in private management. However, our knowledge about what is available in local or even regional museums of the region remains grossly circumscribed. A first step towards building a shared knowledge base about the South Asian museums would be to prepare a directory of all museums, small, medium or large, in the Saarc member countries. Since it would be an ongoing exercise where every new museum would be added to the existing one, the best way to achieve this objective, I believe, is to do it online. I therefore propose that with your support, we may develop an online Saarc Museum Directory, or SMD, which would include all 8 member states of the Saarc. And for this purpose, we can develop an online data sheet, a simple one-page document with some basic information like the contact details, main collection, access details, and so on, that can be filled up and submitted online by anyone. The information contained in the data sheet can then be amalgamated in the online SMD, or the Saarc Museum Directory, that could be posted on the Saarc Culture portal. For those who know that a part of our website of the Saarc Culture Center hosts the Saarc Culture portal, where specific information on culture, various aspects of culture is given on the website. This online Saarc Museum Directory can then be expanded to include those museums around the world that house South Asian collections. The British Museum and the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, Musée Guinée, Paris, and Asian Civilization Museum, Singapore immediately comes to mind in this connection. But there must be hundreds other museums around the world which house South Asian antiquities and other works of art. We therefore also need to have something of an online world directory of South Asian collections, or WhatsApp. Here I would also like to highlight a significant role that our museums in the Saarc member countries and around the world can play in curbing the menace of illicit trade in portable antiquities and art treasures. Since these antiquities and pieces of heritage are portable, they are easily sold, relocated or vandalized. This movable heritage is thus vulnerable to loss, damage, theft and dispersal. Theft and smuggling of antiquities from a museum is part of the world. Unfortunately, has been going on sporadically but continuously. An effective bulwark against this threat. Many museums of the Saarc region, especially the respective national museums, have undertaken comprehensive documentation and preparation of digital inventories of their collection. Many of these museums have even completed this exercise. This is indeed a significant initiative that must be emulated by others, medium or smaller museums in the region. And in fact, when I was preparing these talking points for this introduction, 2 days back in India, they have launched a site called the museumsofindia.gov.in, where at the first step, 10 museums under the Ministry of Culture have been put online, and as many as about 10,000 objects can be viewed by anyone. And this is going to be expanded as we go on. We have got a representation of the delegation from India who will be talking more about it in his country presentation. So what I'm saying here is that it is equally important that we share this valuable data with various stakeholders and the public at large. In most of the cases, each country has evolved its own system of documentation, and that makes it difficult to share this data. We therefore need to develop and adopt a standard documentation system which will facilitate the flow of data seamlessly across systems. Even as a first step, if we are able to syncretize this initiative of preparing a computerized database of our museum collections, it would be a no mean achievement. This way we can develop an invaluable cultural database of South Asian antiquities and art treasure, something of a Saarc Register of Movable Antiquities or SRMA, which would not only be an effective tool in the hands of the law enforcing agencies, but also a veritable database for the researchers. I'm taking a bit more time than what was allotted to me because we have got one absentee speaker. So with the permission of the chair, let me continue for another 5 minutes. Another area of concern is enforcing the laws pertaining to the protection of antiquities and art treasure. And that is more often than not, in most of these cases, result in protracted legal battles in the courts of law. And we have, I can share it with my knowledge background of India, that in many cases where the antiquities which were being smuggled out of the country were confiscated by the customs houses, and they remain in custom houses for years, if not decades. Pending a final verdict by the court or the appellate body, the confiscated antiquities languish in the police or the court lockers in the most adverse storage condition. In a landmark judgment in April 1998, acting suo motu, the Orissa High Court in India held, and I quote, that the court malkhanas or the depositories are certainly not the places for storage of such articles. They should be in public gaze for the academicians and historians to make further study and provide valuable information and materials which would be of immense help to the present and future generations, unquote. And the said High Court therefore ordered that proper and safe custody of these priceless articles, and with a view to provide interested persons materials for their study and research, they can be handed over to the State Museum, where they could be put under the scientific care in a separate section called double quotes antiquities involved in judicial proceedings, unquote. Such measures are worthy of being emulated by other countries, especially in South Asian region where legal process is often protracted and time consuming. We also need to promote inter-museum loans and joint exhibitions to further strengthen the bonds of cultural bonding that is so deeply rooted in the member countries of the Saarc region. I would therefore request you to kindly share your views and observations on these proposals, as well as your own inputs for managing our museum collection in a much more efficient and user-friendly way. For this purpose, feedback forms have been placed in your delegate kit. Coming back to this conference, which is the Saarc initiative, you will note that it is structured on building, sharing knowledge through lectures, discussions and case studies on existing management systems relating to the museums in South Asia. I would earnestly urge each of the participants to kindly take active part in these discussions. A vital component of the conference is the country presentations by the representatives of the 5 member states that are present here. I would request all country representatives to kindly include in your presentations and comments both positive and negative aspects of the museum management in your respective countries, so that a realistic assessment would be made with regard to the institutional, legal and resource aspects, planning and implementation processes, including challenges and problems faced by you, and also ways and means to improve the existing management system. Apart from these country presentations, the conference will also have 12 lectures by the experts and 2 roundtables on the related themes also led by the eminent experts. I would like to conclude by thanking our co-collaborator and also wishing you a very successful 3 days of stay and deliberation. And please feel free to contact me or any of my colleagues should you face any problem or any inconvenience. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay. Very good discussion on the theme we are going to conduct this conference for these 3 days. So we are about to start the presentations now. So I would like to invite Mr. Dayal Saarc to make his presentation. And the first one, Mr. Dayal Saarc is one of the leading writers in Sri Lanka, writing in both English and Sinhalese country. He is a very good columnist, writing columns in both English and Sinhalese papers in Sri Lanka. So I would like to invite Mr. Dayal Saarc to make his presentation.
I started part of a poem linked to the poem that fired the efficiently. The vengeance followed far beyond the sun. An irreproachable and every sun in many a branding tree and human blood. A light reserved for fire to stand across, perchance the second better than us. The first of Minerva was written by Lord Cornwall or Lord Byron in 1811 March. When he visited Athens and saw the criminal act committed by a man named Thomas Hughes, who called himself Lord David. But Byron considered him as a darker character than Eratosthenes, who had set fire to the temple of Diana at Ephesus, expecting to perpetuate his name by the sun. But everything sold this plunder for a pot of $82. Elitism is an act. Elitism is an act of cultural vandalism, usually refers to artifacts taken from poorer nations to reserve. That's what elitism was. I selected the Parthenon marbles and antique scribe because it is the most talked about issue on the theft or plunder of objects of cultural heritage, and also because of the controversy of returning such objects from where they are held now to their countries of origin. It can also be considered as a typical example of this controversy, and the sad state of the story could be considered the story of almost all cultural objects held in the museums of the West. The use of the word elitism has been traced back to 1850, but it has gone on for the past several thousand years, continues to be, and will continue to go on. In 1904, George Cushon's private secretary, John Marshall, had this to say: "So gross was the manner and scale of this removal that elitism has since become a general metaphor for the plunder of cultural treasures." The struggle to reverse elitism has continued for many years. The most recent action was by Dr. Luca Losico. He started on his bike in front of the British Museum on July 1st, 2014 and arrived in front of the steps of the Acropolis Museum in Athens on August 3rd. He was supported by the British Committee for the Restitution of the Parthenon marble. When the marbles were to be taken to the acquired by the museum, the bill was passed by the British Parliament. There, an amendment was proposed by Hugh Hammersley. This is what Losico said when he arrived in Athens on his bike. And Hugh Hammersley said, "Great Britain holds these marbles only in trust till they are demanded by the present or any future possessor of the city of Athens, and upon such demand engages without question or negotiation to restore them as far as can be effected to the places from where they were taken." But that amendment was defeated, and the British Parliament paid £35,000 to LG for this marble. The amendment was defeated, but Hammersley went on to say, "It was to be regretted that the government has not restrained this act of spoliation, but as it had been committed, we should exert ourselves to wipe off this stain and not place in our museum a monument of our disgrace, but at once return the bride which our ambassador had received to his own district." Greece had a valid claim according to the UNESCO Convention 1970. Article 13b says, to ensure that their competent services cooperate in facilitating the earliest possible restitution of illicitly exported cultural property is right to law. But the British are still refusing to return it. The irony with the British is that in the 70s, a movement called Stop was started. Stop taking our past. They are targeting the night owls, those who dig up cultural treasures in the night using metal detectors and sometimes taking them out of the country. If these people are so concerned of the value of their own past, then they should also respect such concerns of people in other countries who are unable to stop the British from taking away their past. Sad to say that probably there had been a British delging in Sri Lanka too. This moonstone should get into the Guinness Book of Records has the highest amount paid for a replica by a collector. Because this was auctioned by Vernon and it was sold for 553,250 sterling pounds, equivalent of roughly about over 1 million over 100 million Sri Lankan rupees. The auctioneer claimed that it was taken from Sri Lanka, it's from the Anuradhapura period before the 10th century, and it had been taken either by William Murdoch Pine, a civil engineer who had worked in Sri Lanka, or by his son, who had married a Sri Lankan planter's daughter. But it was considered a replica by an expert from our country, and so it was sold for this large amount. And who owns heritage? Who could really claim ownership for objects used or created from prehistoric times up to today? If we take the Parthenon marbles as an example, could the present government in Greece or the present day people living in Greece claim exclusive rights to sculptures created by Phidias and his team for the people who lived in Greece 2,600 years ago? Shouldn't these objects belong to all mankind? That's why James Kuno, in his book Who Owns Antiquity, Museums and the Battle over Our Ancient Heritage, says about religion. The original legal instrument has disappeared and is said to exist only in an Italian translation. It gives Elgin only the right to draw, measure and make plaster casts of the sculptures, and dig for others that might have been buried. It also allows for some pieces of stone with all the inscriptions and figures to be taken away. But instead, he took away 247 feet of the marble from Parthenon and shipped to England. And because the marbles are so heavy, Elgin's agents sold off the backs of the thickest slabs before loading them onto the ships. And to reverse Elginism, we have the situation made worse by UNESCO in the Convention 1970, because it says that the property which belongs to the following categories forms part of the cultural heritage of each state. Cultural property acquired by archaeological, ethnological and natural science missions, cultural property which has been subject of a freely agreed exchange, cultural property received as a gift or purchased legally with the consent of the competent authorities of the country of the origin of such property. Who is the state? Those who run the country, with or without the consent of the people, or is it the people? Who decides the competent authority? And who could agree on free exchange of or gift or sell such property? No one should have the right or the authority to grant permission to remove from the place of origin for any reason any object of cultural value to anyone. The irony is that the police harass and persecute mothers when they sell their babies. But who is to prosecute the government when they sell the heritage of the country that they rule? We do not have a right to claim ownership, mutilate or destroy any space or objects of our ancient cultures. No one should have the right to gift, sell or purchase them or resell them. Reversing Elginism. Elginism, which has really affected Asia, Africa and the Middle East more than any other country, has to be reversed, at least to some extent, and what is more important would be to prevent any further occurrence of such crimes. The Asian Civilization Museum in Singapore has reportedly purchased artifacts worth over $1 million from Subhash Kapoor, the trader. It included the bronze figure of Uma Parameswari for $100,000, Virgin Mary and Christ Child for $135,000. Last year, Subhash Kapoor was arrested by Homeland Security in US for stealing objects of cultural value from India, Pakistan and Cambodia. He was stealing them because they were biased even from reputed museums around the world. But only a month ago, it was a victory for the fighting to reverse Stalinism when on September 5, 2014, the Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott handed over a Chola bronze Nataraja and the stone carving of Ardhanarasinghe to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a symbolic gesture. The Nataraja had been purchased by the National Gallery of Australia for $5.1 million and the Ardhanarasinghe by the Art Gallery of New South Wales for $280,000 from this Subhash Copy. But Canada is acting in a totally different manner when India claimed the 12th century life-size sculpture of a woman in the possession of the Department of Canadian Heritage. They have asked India to prove that it was stolen from India and illegally restored. If anyone had really stolen it from Khajuraho, they would never have declared it for restored and they would never have any record with the Archaeological Survey of India. And according to media reports, India too is acting in a different manner when it comes to dealing with stolen artifacts, found with Kabul. News media reports claim that India has not shown any interest in claiming what belongs to India. A sculpture of the Mahakoka goddess said to have been discovered by Cunningham and later reported to have been stolen from the rightful owners has ended up with Kabul and now kept with the US Immigration and Customs. That's what Dr. Sanjay Kar said, that most of these stolen items, when they are collected by customs, they lie in storage for years and years. It raises several questions about how it could have been owned by an individual. The Norton Simon Museum also has a Mahakoka figure, and we don't know from where he got it. And how they got these figures and whether what Kapoor has collected was the Cunningham discovery or not, we do not know. And Professor Himanshu Prabha explains it this way. It does seem to be an original, which either escaped Cunningham's notice in 1873 and was not moved from the site, or alternatively, Cunningham was not allowed to move the figure by the local inhabitants who were worshipping it as a local deity. But anyway, it ended up with a smuggler. The Norton Simon Museum and the Metropolitan Museum of Art have voluntarily returned Cambodian sculptures when they realized they were stolen from them. So, Hellenism is being used all over the world. But the Denver Art Museum and the Cleveland Museum of Art are refusing to return the Cambodian artifacts, saying there is no evidence the statues have been stolen. But there was no way that those statues could have reached USA from Cambodia unless they were smuggled out. And the positive side, there is another proactive process which has begun and which should be admired and encouraged. The Boston Museum of Fine Arts had returned 8 works of art from 500 BC to the 19th century, not because Nigeria had requested them, but because the curator, Victoria Reed, had researched 300 objects by a so-called benefactor and realized that the museum had no legal right to return it. What was destroyed could never be recovered or restored, but what has been stolen could be restored to the rightful owners, whether they were purchased or taken by force. Simon Mackenzie and Tess Davies published a report in the British Journal of Criminology on the trafficking of cultural treasures titled Temple Looting in Cambodia, Anatomy of a Statue Trafficking Network. The study was on trafficking of artifacts from source to market with 4-stage network: looter, early stage intermediary, late stage intermediary, and the collector. It's because there are collectors that the first 3 stages are happening. The National Geographic published a report by Heather Pringle in the illegal antiquities trade linked with terrorism and violent crime. A recent survey of 14,500 field archaeologists indicated that looters are at work in at least 103 countries worldwide. The collectors would consider this as a victimless crime, even if they accepted it as a crime, which means there is no harm done, but there is a victim. the cultural heritage of a people. An example of plundering the plunderer is the Rosetta Stone. It had been plundered by the French soldiers from Rosetta in Egypt, and when the French surrendered to the British, they had to hand over all their valuable artifacts to the British, who had the audacity to take them all and display them in their new museum. The British stole many more items, not just the small treasures, but huge monoliths like the bust of Francis II weighing several tons. The civilized British had no compunction to desecrate the grave of a more civilized people who had lived over 2,500 years ago. We also have to stop de-accession. The permanent removal of an object from a museum collection during various executions. BBC reported that in July 2014, a 4,000-year-old limestone statue which had been plundered from Egypt was sold for $27 million by the Northampton Museum. The sale was carried out despite the protest by the Egyptian ambassador, who condemned it as an abuse to the Egyptian archaeology and the cultural property. Said Ken Carr belongs to Egypt. It's not ethical that it will be sold for profit. No one should have the right to de-accession to sell off items in museums for any reason. Robin Krogerville in the New York Times wrote, de-accession has become a dirty word. All the ancient artifacts are stolen or smuggled because there is a demand, because there is a market, and there are museums and private collectors ready to pay big money. That's why even now ISIS is looting, destroying and illicitly trafficking antiquities out of Iraq and Syria. If there is no demand for stolen or smuggled goods, the artifacts found at ancient heritage sites will be saved. And archaeological theft is so profitable that there is a lot of smuggling across the US border from South America. They say that thousands of items are removed from South America and smuggled into US. And coming back to our own moonstone, after the moonstone auction in London in April 2013 for 100 million rupees, another moonstone was stolen in May of the same year from a temple in Pensacola 2 months later, as reported in the Dinamina of 15 2013. And the Daily Mirror reported a day earlier on 4th June about a tour guide arrested in an attempt to smuggle out valuable artifacts to the United States. And Robert Reinhold wrote in the Penn Museum Expedition magazine that theft and vandalism and archaeological disaster. He blames the archaeologists, museums and the mass media for giving so much publicity for new archaeological discoveries and the value of the treasures discovered. To supply this market, looters are rapidly destroying much of the evidence from which archaeologists hope to piece together a recorded human past. But there are no easy answers for this. And Reinhold, in his investigation for the New York Times, made the observation that in the past, archaeologists were more interested in filling museums with what they discovered. But today they are working on problem solving, on reconstructing the social, economic and political forces that prevailed in ancient times. Therefore, the archaeologists tend to view relics as clues to a puzzle and not primarily as art objects. And he also quotes from Professor Michael Coe of Yale. Many archaeological excavations are never written up, and he calls it pure destruction, even worse than looters do. Because it's a lot more fun to dig up than to write. The glamour is all in the experience. And there is also destruction of heritage space, which also would come under victimless crime. It happened in India, in Igawa in Madhya Pradesh, and in the 100 miles railway line from Lahore to Multan, had used brick ballast from the buildings at Harappa. It has happened and it is continuing to happen. And about digital museums, I think there are three other presentations, and Dr. Sanjay Garg also mentioned that the digital museums could be the answer to reverse engineerism and to prevent any future engineerism. And these are the two websites that Dr. Sanjay Garg also mentioned, museumsofindia.gov.in, and Google has also a project which would be the future where we can do armchair visits to the museum, and there will be no need for museums to buy smuggled items. Let us look forward to the day we could walk through any museum anywhere in the world from our own home and our own time. Like the Secretary Heritage Ministry this morning said, why should we close the museum at 5:30 and close on weekends? We can keep them 24 hours open, 7 days a week, if we make them go to the museum. And it is also time for all the museums around the world to make digital records of their own display and return the items they have to the country from where they were funded. So let's, instead of the British, let us say stop. Stop taking our past.
Thank you very much. This morning we are having another presentation on subject in Canada. The center is Dr. Nick Modi. This was the official delegate from India. Make this presentation on action research for cultural sustainability. We'd like to make this presentation. Honorable guys, experts, scholars, and friends. This is a terminology, cultural sustainability, which has emerged on the world platform recently, and it is developing. Its definition is developing, and action methodology has also started from last decade in Southeast Asia, actually in different forms, in the form of museology, in the form of eco-museology, in the form of ecotourism. And its current scenario, though the definitions are not very clear to the experts, I tried to define in my paper through definitions also for those things. I divided my paper in two parts actually. One is the cultural scenario of India particularly, and second is the situation of museums and its roles, action methodology, and how museums are working and what are the possibilities. So let's find out in the first part of my paper. It is first of all, both the parts include basic introduction, that what is the culture? What is the culture we understand in India? Because India has a vast cultural platform, a good number of ethnic groups. You can say more than many thousand. So usually the cultural identity is focused in cultural sustainability, which I understand. Various ethnic groups of various reasons live in their ecological pockets in their definite geographical areas
with their microcultural identity and biocultural diversity, which plays a significant role in determining and recognizing a particular ethnic group through their individual identity. So, the identity of a particular group is determined through their culture. It reflects through their art, through their dress pattern, and it distinguishes one particular group from different next group, you can say. And what's happening in this current situation in India, that's the good point that people are going towards development. They are mingling, they are adopting Western culture, but in this flow, they have forgotten their past. Let's keep our past. We should not forget our past. So, along with this microcultural identity of particular groups, there is one macrocultural identity also of particular region or whole country, you can say, in India. So we should keep it. The younger generation should know all these their cultural identity factors, so that they can carry on to the next generation. Because in the way of adopting, the blindly adopting the cultures, other cultures or Western cultures or hybrid culture, what they are doing, that they are traveling towards cultural vacuum actually. They are losing their culture. In that sense, when I teach in my classes to my students, I ask them simply that India have a clan system over there, usually in tribals also. So I ask them that what is your clan? They are not even able to tell their clan name, though it is included in their titles, in their surnames. They are not even trying to say about which is their clan god, or which is their ancestor, or which is the area of their clan god, which is called Pen Revar in Gondi dialect. It's of Gond tribe in India, in central India. So they are forgetting their basic cultural issues, social history also. To rescue this situation, there is a need of mass awareness to be generated, and culture can play a very significant role in this field of generating awareness among the people, mass awareness, with the active involvement of the community members for their cultural sustainable development. Now I come to the that culture is accepted as the fourth pillar. John Hicks has written in his book that culture is the fourth pillar of sustainability, along with social, economical, environmental factors. So, preservation of tangible and intangible cultural heritage is essential. And in this field, public cultural institutions, along with the museums, can play a significant role. As in the anthropological museums or ethnographic museums in India have emerged as vibrant institutions providing a link between the past and the present. It has the vast information regarding the past culture and the current scenario. Along with the preservation of cultural heritage, museum can play a significant role in propagating cultural awareness through its various indoor and outdoor activities. In this respect, what I was focusing in my paper is new movements which has started in India. Modes of social communication can be followed, and which are various museums are following in India, can be properly utilized to channelize, to generate the sense of pride for their own culture and the cultural harmony and the, you can say, the basic awareness in the younger generation. Cultural heritage, as we all know, it includes tangible, intangible, both the forms along with environmental factors. Cultural sustainability. Actually, the sustainable development has started on world platform in early 1970s with the debate that was promoted at the time by the report of Club of Rome, which drew attention to the environmental consequences of rapid economic growth. And it says that meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Though the cultural sustainability is a very new term, it is not well defined. I tried to define it here in a very concise manner, that developing, renewing and maintaining human cultures that create positive and enduring relationships with other people and natural world. It is a quotation by John Hicks in 2005 in his publication. Now I come to the current situation in India. I will briefly discuss it here due to paucity of time, that it has been observed that along with the development, cultural degradation has witnessed in India and various parts of the country, giving rise to various sort of problems which are again obstructing the smooth development process. Various projects, plans and policies are developed in India, but not with the proper taking care of proper cultural factors over there. Like one program was started by the government to distribute the cow to the tribal Abujmadiya tribals in the dense Bastar area. It's the dense Naxalite area of India for their economic development. But what happened there? They have a practice of eating the bulls. So what they did, they got the bulls from the government, they consumed it, and they have not utilized this for agricultural purpose. So that was a big failure program. So these sort of things should not be done. Now, what is happening in India, that mass cultural awareness has not been given much weightage in development policies and process. People are continuously trying to adopt the modern culture without understanding whether it is ecologically, culturally and biologically viable for them or not. Because I must quote here that cultures are developed as per the ecological surroundings of that region and that suits particular ethnic groups. Food habits, this pattern you see. If you accidentally or you will start behaving in a Western manner in Sri Lanka, or you will start those food habits that may destroy, that may affect your system. So your culture is developed as per your environmental scenario. So urbanization and modernization are causing cultural hybridization and degradation, and we are gradually trending towards cultural vacuum. This situation is resulting in various issues and challenges posed before the society and government, as the ecological base of long sustenance has not been taken much care of. Local arts and craftsmanship is vanishing, so people are losing their traditional occupation. They are going to the government for seeking for the jobs. This is developing and gradually increasing the number of unemployment. This is also increasing the social unrest, and which is resulting in even Naxalism. And people are not taking care of their culture, and they are blindly trying to follow the Western culture, and in that sense they are losing their moral values, cultural system, respect for the elder generation even. Along with this, they are also losing social bonding and cultural identity, and even the local dialects and languages. Now I come to the second part, the role of museums, museum scenario. Before this, I must confess here that every science grows gradually, and
the definitions must also grow as per the need of the situation or as per the developing science. The definition of museum given by either ICOM or other organizations, associations is now a matter of past. It must be developed. I tried to develop it and it was a published matter that museum is a service sector institution which preserves the past and present knowledge, both tangible and intangible, through research, acquiring collection and related information, documentation, conservation, and it disseminates knowledge, generates awareness, and provides informal education with amusement by means of exhibitions and activities for greater social benefit to the posterity. Here the last thing is most important, that museums are for greater social benefit to the posterity. This is the basic aim we should focus to the museum. So all other activities or museums are going through this basic theme or basic aim. And in particular case of Anthropological Museum, I researched the Anthropological Museum like Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, the oldest museum of India, that is the Indian Museum, the Anthropological section, various museums, Anthropological Survey of India, where I served for a quite good time span. So what I found, that the basic aim of all the anthropological museums, why I am talking about anthropological museums, because they directly deal with the culture. And we are talking about cultural sustainability through museums by means of action museology here. So to make the collection representative of the Indian or regional culture, history, lifestyle, knowledge and technology, the status, changes and development in its totality and diversity, and to maintain and conserve the collection with adequate information, we call it interpretation, so that it can be utilized with its full potential to generate awareness and harmony among the people, and to preserve and promote the biocultural traits, especially the dimensional ones, which I found in the, you can say, collective way, in concise way, the aim of every anthropological museum in India, in some way or other. Now we come to the action museology actually, which has entered into the Indian arena a decade ago. The first and foremost is the museum's two basic things, that it preserves and protects the heritage of past and present for future. Now action museology, this term is also not well defined. So what I understand, what concisely is this, that it incorporates active involvement of museum in society and social affairs for preservation and sustainable development through various modes of social communication, with the active involvement of the society, with the active involvement of the community and community members. The new museology, eco-museology, community museology, these are all different names for action museological approach. As well as all other forms of active museology, is first and foremost concerned with the development of populations, reflecting the modern principles that have driven its evolution, while simultaneously associating them to projects for the future. Here also we are stressing on the future and to continue our past, the good traits of our culture for the future. So museums, especially anthropological museums, can play a significant role in cultural sustainability by means of action museological approach. These are the points or various modes of social communication which is jotted down, and these are, I believe, are the 26 ways of social communication which a museum can apply. This all material is a published work. I have published it in. It is published by Anthropological Survey of India also, and by Museum of Mankind also in their journals and books. You can find the details. I think it's a very big paper, 50 to 60 pages paper with a whole lot of details. and you can find that there is no time to discuss all these things. But one point which is most important is social awareness programs and training programs. I think rest of the things you will be able to easily understand. And one last thing is eco-tourism and eco-museum related activities. These should be the prime focus themes of the projects and plans for museums for our future, because this is the time we should work, or otherwise we will lose our culture totally. Because we talk much about the culture, but in actually the younger generation especially, they know very less about Indian culture. They have lost their interest actually. As far as Dr. Garg was also saying, and the Madam for Museum Developments in her period address was also saying, that there is a proper need of museum policy. In India, as far as my knowledge is concerned, few museums have the codified museum policy in very brief, not in totality like Museum of Mankind. And but it's not full, it's not in totality, and it has very much lacunas. And not even museums and organizations bother about properly framing their museum policies. As our representative from the Ministry of Culture is also here, Dr. Mishra is here. Few years back when I was working with Anthropological Survey of India, one workshop was organized in Jagalpur, and I proposed for making proper museum policy. It has been, it hasn't been accepted yet. I am waiting for it. Museum policy is ready, but no authority is accepting. It is with the survey, and till date it is in pending situation. This is the goal of cultural sustainability, which we can achieve through various modes of social communication, like you can, especially the public cultural institution, museums can work significantly. And I must say here that when I was delivering one of my lecture in 2001, at that time I was very much fond of, and at that time this issue was raised in India, that museums also must have supplementary informal formal educational institutions. But now, at this point of time, after a decade, I am saying that museums must now move ahead and work as a center for generating cultural awareness, harmony, and sense of pride for own culture. This is the need of the time. Otherwise, we will not be able to sustain our culture. These are few points, a goal of sustainability which museums can achieve easily for society. These are 12 points, and I think I will give my full paper to Dr. Garg. This is needless to point out all these points. You can very well see this. Now I come to the conclusion of my paper, that indigenous knowledge system is developed as per the ecological setup of the region, and its understanding and continuation is important in development and indigenous regional sustenance. People are forgetting, second thing is the people are forgetting their traditions, history, identity and value. Hence there is a need for generating awareness to protect and preserve the indigenous culture, traditions, identity and heritage. Anthropological museums can play a vital role in this sphere. This will help in strengthening social bonding, unity, values, socio-economic independence and sustenance at community level, and protecting cultural heritage. Preservation and promotion of tangible and intangible cultural traditions and heritage is essential for preservation of culture and cultural sustenance. The role of public cultural institutions such as museums will be significant in achieving this goal of cultural sustainability. Museums, governments and non-government organizations can work collaboratively through various projects and programs for cultural sustainability, awareness and development, community involvement and active participation must be promoted. This will also improve social bonding, which is much necessary, and community-based cultural sustainable development. Implementation at this juncture, implementation of correct flow, collaborative and effective mix of traditional and modern practices, cultural practices, through proper policies and developmental programs will prove more fruitful in this perspective. Providing informal education regarding cultural traditions through various programs by anthropological museums may prove fruitful in this respect. Teaching of local dialects, language and literature must be involved in the awareness programs and educational system. Traditional art and craft forms and occupations must be protected and promoted for cultural as well as economic sustainability, empowerment and development. Museums, especially anthropological museums, have huge potential of preserving as well as propagating culture, and they can play a vital role in cultural sustainability, sustainable development.
එකක නම් ආවද? ආරෝග්‍ය දර්ශනය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ ඉතින් සාමාන්‍ය ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ ගේම් තියෙන්නේ.
working on improved placement of cameras or devices, etc. Design to develop network and communication systems ensures that
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second academic session of this conference. And as the participants are trickling in, let me introduce the chair of the session. She is Sanuja Kasturiarati, Director of the National Museum of Colombo. May I request Ms. Kasturiarati to come to the high table, please. We have got 4 presentations in this session, and I will read out the names and request the speakers to come to the head table, please. From Bangladesh, we have Ms. Roshan Ara Begum. From Bhutan, we have Venerable Khenpo Phuntsok Tashi and Ms. Dorji Wangmo. I believe Venerable Khenpo will be presenting the paper. welcome to the activities. From India, we have got Mr. A.N. Mishra from the Ministry of Culture. Please come to the activity. And also from India, we have got Dr. Jayanti Bhatt from the State Museum, Orissa. Please come to the activity. This session and the first session tomorrow would be dedicated to the country presentations. And as I said in my opening remarks, that we would like to hear from the respective delegates from the 5 countries that we have here about their experiences, basically. Experiences good and bad, and the success stories and the lessons learned in implementing various initiatives in their respective museums. So without much ado, I hand over the proceedings to Kasturi Rachi to conduct the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to start the second session of the conference. I'd like to invite Ms. Kausan Nara Begum to the presentation. She is the Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture and Affairs, Bangladesh Secretary.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. This is Kausan Begum, represents the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh in this conference. I warmly welcome you, dear audience, for presence in this audience and give me pleasure to introduce my presentation paper. From this part, I would like to present the paper Lal Bagh Fort, Dhaka. Lal Bagh Fort is under the Department of Archaeology, Ministry of Cultural Affairs, People's Republic of Bangladesh. Now I would like to introduce background. The Department of Archaeology in Bangladesh was established in 1972. Since then, regular programs for protection of the ancient monuments and sites, repair and restoration, excavation, exploration of monuments, development of museums, collecting antiquities and research activities have been taken up in earnestly. There are 418 protected monuments in Bangladesh now. Among them, 2 cultural heritage sites of Bangladesh have been declared by WSC and UNESCO as World Heritage Sites. The sites are ruins of the Buddhist Vihara at Paharpur and the historic mosque city of Bagherhat. 5 other cultural heritage sites have been proposed to be enlisted. Those are still in tentative list of World Heritage Center. The Lalbagh Fort is one of them. Kerala Lalbagh is a food place. It was founded during the second half of the 17th century and was called Aurangabad, which means the locality of Emperor Aurangzeb. The history of the construction of the fort, however, is associated with Prince Azam Shah and General Shaista Khan. It occupies the southwestern part of the old Dhaka city, overlooking the Buriganga River on whose northern bank. It stands as a silent sentinel of the old city. The fort is rectangular in plan and was enclosed on all sides by high walls made of brick and brick dust. There are 3 lofty gates and some watchtowers at different points of its southern fortification wall. There are some significant monuments inside the fort. These are Audience Hall Kamhammam, Mausoleum of Bibi Puri, Mosque of Shahzada Azam Shah, water reservoir, military barrack, garden and fountain, south gate of Lalbagh Fort, museum. Now I would like to introduce Mausoleum of Bibi Puri, which is called Bhogpuri Bibi Mazar. Dear audience, it occupies the central portion of the fort. It is a single dome, multi-chambered tomb structure. Bibi Puri's mausoleum is a unique Mughal monument in Bangladesh. It has a central hall encircled by 8 smaller chambers on its 4 sides. The central hall contains the mortal remains of Bibi Puri, who was the daughter of Viceroy Shaista Khan. The building combines in itself the Muslim and Hindu style of architecture on a very refined mode. Secondly, hammam, cum audience hall, which is called the royal bedroom. It is a 2-story building used as a wedding hall cum resting apartment and the audience hall by the Mughal provincial administrators. It accommodates a bathing complex along with 3 waiting cum reception rooms in its ground floor. The upper story also has tea rooms. They might have been in use for official work. The architecture of the building is impressive because of its roof that represents the traditional Bengali house or hut called Chautala in Greek monarchy. It is supposed to have been built by Shaista Khan. Thirdly, Mosque of Shahzada Azam Shah. It stands on the western part of the fort. It is a 3-dome typical Mughal mosque built by the Prince Azam Shah. But it is the only example of its kind in Bangladesh in view of its artistic embellishment, that is fresco. Now, I would like to introduce garden and fountain. Recent archaeological excavations have proved that there existed fountains along with a typical Mughal garden and subterranean water supplying terracotta channels at different points of the fort. Now, military barrack. Excavations on the high ground also exposed the military barrack, the roof garden of the Mughals, a staircase built inside a basin next to the large wall, which leads to the ground level outside on the river bank. South gate of Lalbagh Fort. This represents the southeastern gateway is an imposing three-story structure. Its lofty four-centered archway on the top story is framed in stonework under a big half dome and flanked on either side with slender octagonal turrets rising in stages. The four corners on top are originally crowned by small dome piers gracefully breaking the skyline, two of which still survive. Now, I would like to introduce museum. After the restoration of the audience hall and hammam, it has now been converted into a Mughal fort museum. It displays on the ground floor a collection of arms and armors, including bows and arrows, various types of daggers, spears, swords, grapnels, shells, helmets, 3 types of pistols and guns, Percussion law, flint law, and mass replica of Mughal coins with a map showing the distribution of Mayan towns in India. Ceramics including Chinese jars, Persian utensils, plates, celadon, specimens and Mughal miniature paintings including one of the Prince Azam Shah, Mughal Farman and stone inscriptions. Light and sound show. The fort was eventually protected by the Department of Archaeology in 1910. The fort was in use till the middle of the 19th century AD. Thereafter, it was deserted and had been in oblivion for more than half a century. This is the period when most of its architectural endowments were stripped off and decayed. It was also used as a police barrack during the Pakistani occupation period. At last, it came under the direct control of the Department of Archaeology during the 70s of the last century. Since then, the Department of Archaeology has been carrying restoration work and excavation in different parts of the fort. Crucial needs for the museum management plan. The museum management program should be designed to collect and preserve specific plan data and make that information available to museum staff and the public in an efficient manner. Considered in this light, it is easier to understand how different types of resources in collections might be administered in different ways, depending upon the local needs for documentation, preservation, display and use. Now I will introduce objectives. These are improve understanding of the museum values of any site, development of the setting of the museum display, proper conservation of the historic fabric of antiquities, local community involvement, digital management, risk management, sustainable tourism for economic development, digital awareness. There are some research and publications
relevant and authentic data for publication, digitized documentation of museum collection, establish a research desk in each site museum for purposes of research and study of the site and museum collection, organize seminars and workshops for create new knowledge for museum management, establish and organize training center for the museum staff. Conservation management plan, ensure the best practices to conserve the site and museum collection, develop links with appropriate scientific and technical institutions both within and outside the country to adopt best practices in conservation and presentation practices and technologies. Now, display and presentation. Employ efficient designers and display officers to work with scholars, museum staff. Entry fee of museums should be equal for first countries people. Last but not the least, I would like to introduce tourism and digital management. These are check and balance the tourism pressure in special days, provide lockers and storage area for visitors there, provide replicas for the tourists and visitors as gift item, provide a community canteen for the visitors who come to museum, not only for knowledge and information, but also enjoyment. And that's the end of my presentation. I again thank you, my lovely audience, for patient hearing and help me to present the paper. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I would like to invite Dr. Saarc, Director National Museums of Bhutan.
Good afternoon. So I'm very happy after having wonderful lunch. Bhutan is very well known to outside of Bhutan, land of gross national happiness. Have you heard about gross national happiness? Are you happy now? Maybe you are falling asleep after having a heavy lunch. So, my name is Khenpo Thonto Kashi, working as a director of National Museum for over a decade. And my papers and my colleague Do Juan is the curator of Tromsø Museum's Central Bhutan, is located in Central Bhutan. I come from the nearby international airport called Paro, where the exit and entrance you have to be there. But many visitors, they miss my National Museum Bhutan. I'm very eager to have you all, whenever you visit Bhutan, please visit National Museum. But my paper, the role of culture and the historical preservation in promoting peace and harmony within the South Asian region. How we are going to, we have harmony, but how we can sustain the harmonies at the advent of Western tsunamis. I hope there's no Westerners here. So Western tsunamis. So I think we have to preserve this morning the talk about National Museum or museums is the education center and some kind of, I think museum is the learning center as in history. You can learn only the history, the past, history and culture through museums. So how the next, I think just Bhutan is a small landlocked country. Bhutan is also very well known as one of the destinations for tourists now. One of the 10 hot spots in the world, I think so. Then now, so Bhutan, if you talk about Bhutan, this is a small country because most outsiders, they do not know where Bhutan is located. Bhutan is located, situated in between China and India. Therefore, easy to locate. So, National Museum is the east. We have a total 8 museums. One is the National Museum, which was established 1968. Now we are going to celebrate Golden Jubilee after 3 years. So National Museum is now under renovation because it got damaged by earthquake in 2011 September. So National Museums, I can't see it. So Thalgong opened to the National Museum in 1968, the name of National Museum of Bhutan, and was the first ever museum in Bhutan. Thalgong Watchtower was originally built in 1649 by the second governor of Tharo. The third monarch, Jimmy Dorjiwangchu, was the one of the lead Bhutan that cut in isolation. But anyhow, I will give you general. In Bhutan National Museums, we conduct 2 times of exhibitions in a year, and also we call the proceedings of the colloquium, symposiums, intellectuals. They can, after the exhibitions, they can write a paper. So we invite national scholars and also outsiders. And also outsiders, they write on the artifacts, doing research and reprint. We call the proceedings of colloquium. Now we reach up to the 7th colloquium. All the research scholars are not necessarily the museum staff, because the researchers, historians, the scholars, writers, any disciplines, we can invite them. So now the colloquium, proceedings of colloquium will be focusing on the natural history. I call, maybe you must be wondering that, spiritual ecology. We call it spiritual ecology. Why the environment is important. So that's why, like in now Bhutan is very high altitude, but now the national animals are migrating to Bhutan because of the global warming. So that's why, like a tiger's nest, about the tigers from the West Bengal also migrating. And also the Bhutan is the home of the black-necked crane, which is really the rare species in the world. So that's why we are going to really conduct by next 2015 on the natural history on the ecology. So that's why we are going to invite, if it is possible, from the Saarc country. So my proposal is now, because I'm not going to show all the papers, so can you show? So this is the National Museum buildings located in Tharo. Now, what is the national, because I can propose, but you can read in the paper that to promote the harmony, peace, and happiness in the South regions, we would like to have a small gallery in the National Museum of Bhutan representing all 7 countries, which can integrate history and culture of each country. So that's why I would like to really suggest that if you can really send us at least 15 artifacts or costumes or whatever you have, which can really integrate and educate the Bhutanese people and also the international visitors. We are having around at least such a small country, since these are destinations of the tourists, we are receiving almost 100,000 visitors in a year in Bhutan. So out of 100,000, at least we are receiving 75,000 to 80,000 to national museums. So it means that not only Bhutanese, through your art object, we can educate all international, multi-millionaires, movie stars, head of the state, guests, and VIPs, students. So we can really cater to your art object to educate the worldwide. So that's why I think then Bhutanese people also will understand that how we are connected, because we are no more in isolated now. because whether we are, even though we are different countries, but all are equal under the preservation of culture and promotion and loving the peace and happiness and harmony. So that's why it's my small request. And this morning we are talking about the artifact now, losing. But we have an Interpol. Interpol, we are having connected. In Bhutan, for example, if we happen to lose our art object, immediately we can really show on the television or what are the internet, we can advertise. I think few items we have received, we got back from with the help of the police. So there's not really, because tomorrow I have seen that some of our presenters, they're going to really present on the digitalizing our, so it's very easy now. We are connected by the software. So that's why it's very easy to access now this kind of museums. So not only really we are just trying to deal with the dead object, because I belong to almost, because people are asking me, what are you doing, Temple, in the National Museum of Bhutan? I always tell them, I'm also part of like art objects, because I deal with the dead object. So it's not living. So now we should really revive. The main purpose of museum is I saw 4 things. One is education, other one is really building our harmonies and understanding, not only the directors, not only the police, the decision makers, the people to people making connection through an object. So National Museum, we can really provide a small gallery to showcase, to exhibit the whole Saarc country's the history and culture, to build further strengthening the happiness. And we can also share our happiness. Happiness doesn't belong to Bhutanese people. Happiness for everybody. So this is, for example, our tea kettles. Quite recently we had exhibitions, and we received almost 40 to 50,000 visitors to view the tea kettles alone for 6 months. So there's having a lot of visitors coming. I don't know here how many foreigners you are visiting. We are receiving almost 80% of foreigners, because Bhutan is a very small country. Temples, go to temple, and what to see. And music is one of their itineraries. So these are exhibitions and the masks. And this is I'm talking about the Natural History Gallery. We have a snow leopard, and these all are, I call them mountain gold. It means the cordyceps. Have you heard about the cordyceps, which grows 5,000 meters above? That's in summer warm, winter it's become grass. So it's cordyceps. It's very expensive. That grass and these warm caterpillars are tied that warm. 1 kilogram is cost how much? Maybe $25,000 US. So that's why some people can write on paper on this, like a crane, on tigers, on any animals. Then this is the Panka painting. Panka is scroll paintings. This goes back all the Pankas in the 17th century. The conservation they have really conserved so well. So this is the conservation that our team, they're working on that. Yes, this is how we are having the proceedings of the project. Okay? And this is the papers that we presented from the 11th century to the contemporary art. The scholars have presented the papers, and this was circulated around the world, even the Library of Congress, Columbia Universities, British museums, and Indian universities. The contents are very rich and very much research-oriented papers. So now, when you talk about the 21st century, new trends to consider across the Saarc regions, I suggested 5 points: security strengthening, physical structures of so usage of teaching, Saarc traditional art and artist exchange program, building of the capacity and strengthening of the silk museum management, Saarc galleries building peace and understanding of harmony, joint Saarc museum exchange and exhibition. That we should really not only the meeting and we can just drop it here and say goodbye. I think we can really continue until people are satisfied what we are doing. So this is the National Museum, the Security Guard, and it is in December. If you come to this in December, you may see the stupas built of the what we call the snow. So you can ski even if there's very heavy snowfall. But we are having nowadays global warming. This weather is unpredictable now. Yes. This is how we have a CCTV in data. Each object we have a sensitive. Now, once if you happen to touch, they automatically get recorded. So that's why every month we have a committee that we go through that weather. So that's why our security is quite well established in the National Museum. And also we have a smoke detector. This is also metal detector that people go through. This is the only entrance and exit, so they can really hold their body in the scan. And this is the habit. I think some of you must have been to Bhutan. That the Bhutanese people love to eat rice and chilies. They don't have to, the special female, they don't have to buy lipsticks because the betel nut makes your lips red. So that's why people are eating the betel nut. Before there's a betel nut, there's a lime, the container of the lime, and there's some betel nut and leaves. They always keep on chewing. Maybe it's a heating of your body. And this used to be the cup, the personal cup of the first king. Yes. So this is a tanka, yes. This is statues, we know that. This is a tea kettle. I have seen this morning or now, I think we have seen in Bangladesh that was very similar. You see, you can share, but this art object, small art objects, depicts the skills of the artisans and the history. So not only tea kettle is a wonderful just watch and you enjoy seeing here, but when you look at the detail, the art, the aesthetic, the artistic values, and who crafted that wonderful art. So this goes back many centuries, and also appreciate the artisans in those days. And also people can really, they try to craft this kind of art objects because it's silver and gold, sometimes a clay pot you can find, also stone, many different kinds of art objects. So can you go next? So museum outreach programs reaching the unreached. So can you show next? How we do now, this is how we are giving the talk, gallery talk, the teachings next. The students, you see how the people, so this is a national in Tongsa. So these students are coming. So they request the National Museum's staff to give a gallery talk. It's a very busy, put in page. So we are not only the web page and internet, also when they come physically, that's part of study tour. So we facilitate, we give them a 1 hour talk on history and culture of Bhutan. So in the future, if you can send at least 15 art objects, so 78 countries, maybe 120 art objects, we can showcase, we can exhibit in the National Museum to interpret. So we can send our staff to study in your country, to study about your culture and history. So then that staff, that particular museum, etc., can really interpret and give a talk to the students. Next. This is the National Museum, the Royal Museum in Tongsa. Next. So this is the Tongsa, which was built in 1652. National Museum was 1649, almost a few years differences. Next. This is the same museum. So this is how the Tongsa Museum's gallery. Okay. So anyhow, thank you very much. And I hope you enjoyed the wonderful meals. Just I will give you, beside the topic, if you have just 1 minute about the gross national happiness. If the people ask me, to give a talk on happiness. Their gross national happiness has 9 domains, or we can say key factors, and 72 indicators. Happiness is the most easy to measure. Happiness, gross national happiness of Bhutan is not a smiling faces of Disneyland. So happiness has a very deeper meaning and has to do how to measure happiness. For example, even even you are relaxed and happy. If you are tempered, a person, hypertension persons, if you are relaxed and meditate and you are happy, then your mission will say your blood pressure will go down automatically. So happiness, gross national happiness has been pronounced by the 4th King of Bhutan, 1979. Now, gross national happiness is the guiding principle of philosophy of any development of Bhutan. So gross national happiness is the antidote to the modern development. So that's why 72 indicators, 9 domains. First domain is the psychological well-being. Second is preservation, culture and promotions. Then third one, ecological diversity and resilience. Fourth, education, right education, not only education, the right education. Health, then the time use, how many hours you sleep, how many hours you spend with your family. Then economic prosperity, good governance. These 9 domains. Psychological well-being, what is the indicator? Is the frequency of meditations and reciting and chanting. So these kind of gross national happiness. So if you want to visit Bhutan, you are welcome, but don't expect that you will get a package of happiness from Bhutan. But happiness is everywhere. So each person has their own definitions. My definition, so when I participate from the right beginning to the present, and gross national happiness in Brazil, in Thailand, in Canada, and Bhutan. Very simple. Cultivation of positive mental attitude is the definition of gross national happiness, according to me, not according to all the philosophers. Okay, thank you very much. Be happy and relax.
Thank you very much, Dr. for your important presentation. Then I would like to invite Mr. Aileen Mishra, Mr. Mishra, Undersecretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. The title of his presentation is "There are museum reforms in the context of changing times."
Namaskar. Respected Deputy Director, Research Staff Cultural Center, and all the dignitaries from member states and participants and the guides and in the audience. First of all, I take this opportunity to congratulate Saarc Cultural Center for holding such a grand conference. I would like to change the nomenclature of this conference to Confluence of Culture of all the member states of Saarc, which gave us an opportunity to present papers on culture and exchange our ideas on the subject development of museums. As an Under Secretary of the Government of India, looking after the affairs of museums, I have come across the challenges museums present day are facing and the initiatives taken by Government of India to address the challenge. Friends, the museums throughout the world, including South Asia, have experienced major changes over the last couple of decades. Impacts of globalization market economy, changing technology, and necessity to address various district segments are some of the things which are posing new challenges to museums worldwide, and South Asia is no exception. In this paper, I have made an attempt to explore the meaning and role of museums as key intellectual and civic resource in the times of profound social and environmental change. Written from an insider, this paper observes the unique contribution that museums can make as social institutions embedded in their communities and owned collectively by the society. I have presented a list of reforms undertaken by the various museums of India to fulfill this objective. For example, museums are playing a more involved role in the curricular program of school, and with this end in view, some of them are going to or may launch a series of on-site classes for students on Indian history with their own objects, providing a visually enriching experience for the students. Upgradation and modernization of their galleries and storage areas are another such areas for the museums in India. For museums, in order to ensure an enhanced educative experience for visitors, for ensuring conservation, restoration, and display of artwork, keeping with the best international practices. The museums in India have also made huge strides in digitization and computer-aided collection management. Production of souvenir items from the collections in museums, for this would be another activity to be undertaken to help self-sustainability, so that they should not be viewed as a burden for the government. They can actually generate some funds for themselves. Further, today's digital technology have provided a designated of tools that offer endless opportunities for museums to become more meaningful to the society. Jatal, virtual museum builder, is a digital collection management system especially designed and developed for the Indian museums. The system is compliant with open source and standardized formats and helps in image process, watermarking, unique numbering, and managing the digital image with multimedia representation of the antiquities in terms of 360-degree interactive, panoramic views, 3D models, audio and video clips. Friends, at the present conferences on development of museums in South Asia, I would like to take you to have a brief retrospection on the evolution of the concept of museums in this region, particularly in India. Thus, museums have now achieved a place to be recognized as symbols of nation's pride, as its national flag, anthem or monuments. But let us admit that museums were not an integral part of our culture. Our culture believes in consigning objects to flames or water once its life is over. Most of us are genetically repelled at the thought of handling impure items that belong to dead man. Though Islamic rule introduced Toshkhana, but it was more of a palace treasury than a public display of artifacts. Thus, when the British started the concept of collections for purposes of education, exhibitions, and pride, the masses looked upon them with wonder, earlier as Jadughar or House of Mystery or Magic. The educated class, however, saw them as demonstrating the last general of India to their masters. 2 centuries of enforced or willing cultural absorption, however, have not yielded greater museum management. The subject of museology was certainly not regarded as highly as in the West, nor were rewards, societal or monetary, anywhere near what other professions could offer. Like librarians, archivists or archaeologists, The wards in the disciplines like museology and conservation had to suffer a lot, leading to penury and degradation, while academics could reach dizzying heights. This is one of the factors that the subject museology or this archaeologists they are not gaining momentum. People are not actually very much interested in going into this area. When the Indian Museum was founded in Calcutta in 1814, it was first of its kind outside Europe. By the late 19th or early 20th century, another 7 museums came across India. Clearly, we had a head start over most nations, and we still have some of the oldest and finest collections in our museums. And on this occasion, I would like to inform you that the oldest museum in Asia, that is Indian Museum, Kolkata, celebrated its bicentenary on 2nd February 2014, and Government of India granted 99.76 crore, about 100 crore, for its monumental upgradation and modernization. And this inaugural function of bicentenary celebration was graced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, which in itself shows the political will for the museums to take forward for fulfilling their objectives. In spite of heroic attempts being made of late by the premier museums in Delhi, Calcutta and Mumbai, they are still viewed as country cousins by the world at large. The regions are not difficult to fathom. Visitors are usually greeted by boring or indifferent staff, rather than exciting and interactive electronic screens, slick and attractive flyers, or smart and informative interpretation centers. Most museums do not even offer a basic floor plan for visitors to plan their walkthrough. Although some minimal information is available on the internet, for just about 5 to 10% of India's museums, none had a decent interactive web portal. Before Google started its web portal, WebWalk of the National Museum and some other museums. Now Google has started signing MOUs with different museums in India. The concept of introducing audio guides in gold phones have now gained momentum very recently, and as a result, many of the museums and the Ministry of Culture in India now have 4 floor plans, audio guides and digital information kiosks. But hundreds of other museums, including almost all the state government ones, do not have such facilities. Shortage of space for display and proper storage is an eternal problem. The Indian Museum, the oldest museum in Asia Pacific region, can exhibit hardly 6 to 10% of their priceless collection, while the Victoria Memorial Hall manages to show some 10% collection. The construction of much discussed NXC building, that is the development plan, was held up for a decade by direct court cases. Though digitization of collections has slowly started replacing archive registers, it will take several years to place them in the public domain. Thus, the handing over a collection of a gallery in a leading museum usually takes between 3 and 5 years. Exhibitions are another field as objects are usually overvalued for safer insurance. If you want to exhibit your objects in the international fora, you have to pay a more, because insurance, if you do insurance of the objects, that pushes up premium and costs, where the flexibility of easy indemnity that prevails in the West is yet to be understood. If you go for indemnity, that will cost you less, but that practice is not followed in our side, in South Asian region. We generally go for the insurance. In-house curators are 40-point individual reform. This generally with 40-point individual reforms have included all the aspects which if used to adopt would go a long way in the reformative process of music. The pace of this reform should monitor through various periodical reports and review meetings at secretary and joint secretary level with museum heads in the ministry. In addition, Ministry of Culture has started a new method of bringing in reforms in the museum sites implementation, Jatan software implementation. We have given targets to all museums and their performance are monitored quarterly basis. I have enclosed a specimen of this MOU for further necessary action at your end. The significant milestones achieved out of the implementation of these 14 points museum reforms, which I have noticed, are the physical verification of objects have now done almost completely in Victoria Memorial Hall. There are 28,394 art objects and the physical verification of all the objects have been completed. But there are other number of footfalls have increased. Victoria Memorial has emerged as the most visited museum in India with more than 30 lakh people visited during 34. In order to upgrade and modernize the museum, the Ministry of Culture has introduced so many schemes. Even the state museums, private museums, they are being granted to upgrade and to set up new museums. In addition, we have a network of science museums also in our country. And in the science museum, as per the recommendation of National Knowledge Commission in India, we have introduced innovation hubs. Innovation hubs are components, 5 components, and I want to give you those components that is very much educative for the students and to build building scientific chamber in them. And these facilities are, one is innovation resource center are there, idea lab is there. You can, any student can put idea in the box, and that ideas are taken by the authorities in the National Council of Science Museum, and those ideas are actually the idea is beneficial and it is worthy to accept that information. Information kiosks on invention and innovation. Technology labs. Door for door, Hindi version, that is break and remake workshop. This is for the students. You break and remake. Tamar se jugaad. This is Hindi meaning. This means construct from scratch. Design studio, Fab lab. These all these are from have been included in the innovation lab. Sessions are also held under this scheme for the students who in the holidays, weekends and after school hours. And for the development of professional museum professional, we have signed an MOU with Metropolitan Museum of Arts. 16 fellowships are, 4 fellowships will be funded by Government of India and 12 fellowships will be funded by SRAL Netherlands and Metropolitan Museum of Arts, New York. So this way, museum professionals of international standard with expertise will be developed in India. With a view to above mechanism in place and the outcome achieved, I expect that the museums in India, with its right vision and dedicated leadership, may record a qualitative turnaround and will be able to come up as the most sought for social institution. There is no doubt that outcome of this present conference, Saarc International Conference on Development of Museums in South Asia, would write a new chapter in the success story in the museum scenario, particularly in respect of South Asia, which in turn would add a new figure in the cap of Saarc Cultural Center, Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. The next speaker is Dr. Vidya. She is the curator, Odisha State Museum. the Pacific Museum movement in India.
Esteemed Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will be talking on the museum movement in India with special reference to Odisha. The museum movement in India dates to 1814 when the Indian Museum at Kolkata was first established by Asiatic Society of Bengal with a Danish botanist Dr. Nathaniel Wallis at the first curator. The movement embarked upon a new phase of development during the time of Lord Curzon, who had a keen interest in the preservation of the archaeological monuments of the country. He had established several museums and Sir John Marshall, an eminent archaeologist, as appointed as the Director General of Archaeological Survey of India. It was during this period that a number of museums at places like Khajuraho, Gwalior, Jodhpur, Ajmer, Sarnath, Nalanda, Nagarjunakonda and Baripada were established. Some museums were established under the auspices of the Archaeological Survey of India and some others came up under the initiative of feudal rulers and private bodies. In the year 1936, Markham MP and H. Harvard DG of ASI brought out a report on 105 museums that existed in India. Thereafter, there has been a steady growth of the museums both in government and private sector, and the numerical strength has gone up to more than 800 today. The importance of the museum in the educational setup of the country was emphasized with the formation of the Museum Association of India in 1944. The establishment of the National Museum at New Delhi in 1949 with a high level of managerial competence went a long way in providing the much needed leadership and orientation to the movement. Apart from the large number of archaeological museums and multi-purpose provincial museums, a number of organizations like the Craft Museum New Delhi, the Health Museum Hyderabad, Kaliko Museum of Textiles Ahmedabad, etc. have been developed in various fields of human knowledge. The Coin Museum at Anjaneli near Nasik is exclusively meant for numismatic study. It has been established by joint efforts of Dr. P. L. Gupta, the renowned historian, and the museologist, and K. K. Maheshwari, the great industrialist. Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya of Bhopal represents the ethnic culture of man vividly. The Tribal Museum of Bhubaneswar is a miniature thought of that. The whole culture has been projected here in Gateway. The museum movement in Odisha. Odisha is a province in Indian Federation. The first museum in Odisha was established at Baripada in 1904 under the patronage of Sri Ramchandra Banjadev, the ex-ruler of Maurabhan, with the personal collection of copper plate, stone sculptures, archival records, old coins, prehistoric tools, seals, tablets, etc. Paramananda Acharya, the eminent archaeologist, enriched this museum with the collection of prehistoric and the archaeological remains from different places of Maurabhan. The display pattern, documentation of objects, and identification of the antiquities followed the pattern of Indian Museum of Calcutta. The excavation and exploration conducted by R.P. Chanda and Paramananda Acharya in Khiching and Viratgarh brought into existence of the Khiching Museum in 1928. This is one of the best archaeological museums in the country, preserving the sculptures of Brahmanical, Buddhist and Jaina ancients, copper plate drums, excavated materials of Viratgarh, coins, pottery, etc. So, Khiching Museum, Buddha, Baripada Museum, Buddha, and the Kichakeswari temple is this. This is Kichakeswari temple, and you will be astonished to know that this temple was reorganized after it was dismantled totally. And in the history of Indian archaeology, it is a new event, it is a rare event. Never a temple is dear than life. No. The colossal image of Hara, Mahisamardini Durga, next. The colossal image of Hara, Mahisamardini Durga, Saptamatrika, Uma Maheshwara, Buddha, etc. are the exquisite workmanship indicating the heyday of art and sculpture under the Bhanja rulers who ruled over Kijingakota. It is the largest local museum in Odisha with a largest collection of antiquities. Now I am coming to Odisha State Museum. The Odisha State Museum was founded on 29 December 1957 by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first President of India. The guiding spirit behind this museum were Professor M.C. Banerjee and Professor Ghanshyam Das. Later on, Paramananda Acharya joined with them. I must say here that Paramananda Acharya is to be considered the father of the museum movement in Odisha. After the merger of the princely states with the province of Odisha, scholars like K. N. Mohapatra and Satyanarayan Rajguru, then serving in archaeological department of Kalahandhi state, were brought to Bhubaneswar and engaged as curators in the state museum. Padma Sri Krishnachandra Panigrahi was then associated with the state museum and was working on the projects on archaeological remains at Bhubaneswar. Sushil Chandra Dey joined state museum. He had the knowledge on archaeology and manuscript as well as records. Located on a vast building, the Odisha State Museum, go on. Odisha State Museum different. The objects, yes. Located on a vast building on the Odisha State Museum comprises galleries on archaeology, epigraphy, numismatic, armory, natural history, art and craft, anthropology, and palm leaf manuscript. You have seen the rich collection of our palm leaf manuscript today. Mention may be made of Pandit Niramani Mishra, Dr. Harish Chandra Das, Dr. Mahesh Prasad Das, Dr. Dinanath Pathi, Dr. Ravi Narayan Das, R.P. Kushki, Dr. Snigdha Tripathi, Dr. Ramesh Prasad Mohapatra, Shamsundar Patnaik, whose contributions had enriched the museum movement in Odisha in the subsequent period. The Netaji Subhash Bose Sangrahalaya. The Netaji Subhash Bose Sangrahalaya of Cuttack, equipped with light and sound system, enters the visitors with rare photographs of Netaji Subhash Bose, the illustrious freedom fighter, by way of describing the freedom struggle of India. The Saarc Museum of Ratnagiri displays the rare Buddhist sculptures of ancient period. The Saarc Museum of Ratnagiri displays rare Buddhist sculptures of ancient period. Another Saarc Museum at Lalitgiri is under construction to exhibit the broken Buddhist monuments. This is the painting, Radha Krishna with Dasavatara. This with Dasavatara. Buddha is 9th avatar. Okay. This is called the maritime heritage of Odisha in sculpture. Other. This is Mahisamardini Durga. Indrani, Matrika sculpture, Barani. Again, the other museums are there. The museum specially preserving Jaina sculptures has been built at Pratap Nagari near Cuttack. The Saarc Museum at Konark, near famous Sun Temple of Odisha, also deserves mention. It showcases some of the beautiful sculptures which document the dexterity of artisans of Odisha. The Dasarathi Patnaik Museum at Noida, these are the coins, beautiful coins, Satavahana coins. This is Saurabhi coins, this is Kushana coins, these are Ganga Phanams, yes, coins of Sri Lanka in our museum, Gadepati Pagoda, yes. Recently a maritime museum has been established. These are the bronze images of Buddha, beautiful bronze images, rare images we have collected, archaeographic bronze images. This is Avalokiteshwar, this is Kurukulla, this is Nupurapadika Pandora, this is Drupati, this is Manjusri, this is Buddha Buddhistwa Samudra, this is Tara, This Vajramukara, please show again. Vajramukara, this image has been to Brussels to be exhibited in Festival of India. And this is too short. Recently, a maritime museum has been established at Dogra, Qatar, which pinpoints the maritime heritage of Odisha. That Odisha has a rich tradition of maritime trade with different countries: Indonesia, Tamravita, that is modern Sri Lanka, Java, Sumatra, that has been represented here. It also showcases varieties of aquatic plants and animals, including the Museum of Baripada and Kochi. There are 10 more government branch museums in Odisha located in Puri, Salepur, Bhenkanad, Barampur, Balangir, Bargarh, Nuapada, Kadahandi, etc. Museums exist to unfold the accumulated wisdom of the past generation before the public. As a medium of education, they have now a much important role to play. Each collected property narrates a tale of its own. Analyzing the cultural property protection system in some of the Asian countries, it is felt necessary that every country should employ a trained cultural property protection force under the control of the government. Museums do not exist only for scholars. It must reflect the total personality of a community. There should be space both for children and the aged as well. Education in museum should be available to all on the basis of their desires, inclination and interest. There should be comprehensive courses of museology in all universities. Prolongation of the life of an object in the museum is indeed a basic criteria. Several big institutions in India have their own conservation laboratories. So far as the local museums are concerned, dearth of funds and personnel are great handicaps. Emphasis must be given to documentation and digitization of the cultural property. Museum must be treated as an indispensable instrument for the educational and cultural uplift of the people. Instead of being used as a temporary sensory stimulation, it must elucidate the stakeholders in the field of science and industry, health and environment, culture and agriculture, etc. A lot has been done in this regard and a lot more needs to be done. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Raj. Now it's time for the discussion of this session. We can share ideas.
Professor, Travel Art and Studies in Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, India. I have few suggestions and one question to Mr. Mishra also, as he is handling. Okay. Yeah, the specific question is that as we were talking about few things like museology and museums, till date it has been found in most of the museums there is less of lack of technical expertise. Still in the RR, recruitment rules, museology is an optional qualification. So I believe that this may be included in the RR of different posts in different museums in India, because it has been already initiated. What is the situation right now regarding this thing? And second thing is in 2003, there was one meeting of UGC regarding museology syllabus, course curriculum, and it was a great discussion at that time. But still in India, we teach generalized museology. It is not specialized museology. So These are the two problems which I have seen. Thank you.
I have told by presenting the paper that these visualizing library archival area, these are the areas which students are not pursuing as the general engineering or medical and other areas, because the museums are still to play a demand-driven role than an engineering college and other forums are playing. That is why bread and butter problem is everywhere. And the institution which provides bread and butter, the general masses actually go for that only. First they opt for that. Then when there is a back behind, then they opt for other. This is the real scenario. Now the subject of museology. The subject of museology is, I have presented in my paper, a National Museum Institute, in which you have studied, I think that is an institute, one of the leading centers in India that provides courses in museology. And for your information also I am telling you, it is a conservation group also. National Laboratory for Conservation of Cultural Property Lucknow is the government of India's subordinate office that provides 6 months training for conservation. The government of India is taking steps for providing syllabus for that.
Actually, what is happening? Actually, my question was not understood, I think.
I'm Trupti Ghosh from Leeds and VIT. My comment and the question is addressed to you, Dr. Garg and Mr. Mishra, and to Dr. Kashi. Isn't it time we have a rethink on the concept of a museum in the Indian context? I was greatly struck by your remark, Mr. Mishra, that you referred to this Vedantic concept of the transitory nature of material things, so we do not wish to preserve. But our monuments are our temples, and the Ratnagiri University, where Dr. Rajta and I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, aren't they themselves museums? Aren't they serving the purpose of a museum? They are richly chiseled and ornamental. They're depicting stories of the Jatra and the lifestyles of. So in a sense, they are serving as a purpose of a museum, whilst themselves being educational institutions. So in this modern concept, should we really radically think that the way a museum is developed in the West, the way the British Museum is or the Louvre is, shouldn't the government of India be thinking that the whole concept of museum development should be based on new idioms? And to you, Dr. Kashi, you said museums, you are sort of linking museums to growth, national happiness. I would like to know what tenets of Buddhism have gone into country-specific museum representations in Bhutan. Sorry, it was a very rambling question, but I'm very passionate about what I'm asking. Thank you.
My voice is very loud. Maybe I don't need my. I think according to our principle of gross national happiness, as I told you that since gross national happiness is the guiding philosophy of our development, that's why we have produced a book called Rethinking Development, the book called Rethinking Development. Something going wrong with our development So currently we have to shift now. That's why we propose gross national happiness. And we don't want to end up like the rest of the world, how we are going, how developing now. We know, but still we are running. We are just marching. We know something wrong. So the culture, that's why preservation of culture comes under the 9 domains, one of the 9 domains, preservation and promotion. Doesn't matter whatever you call. So through exhibitions and proceedings of the intellectual, the papers or research, these help the museum, the institutions, whatever you call them, like a service. This morning, say, somebody presented a service sector, education central, learning central, the source of history and culture, whatever you call it. But through exhibitions, through the proceedings of the papers, the symposiums, so general public in terms of, like, for example, in Bhutan, people really enjoy nowadays on television of Bhutan. They are showing on I think Thursday or something, they're showing on the television about our proceedings. They're reading because establishment of the monasteries, temples, the social, how the people really enjoy their life in former times and now, or maybe in the future, they are giving some kind of prediction. So people enjoy who organized based on the exhibition, scholar presented paper. Now they are showing that papers based on that research paper published by National Museum. Now those who have not been to National Museum from far away, from east, south, west, so through television they know the richness of the culture and how the culture can bring harmonies and enhance happiness of the people. So I think museums, not only the people, the working, I like very much curating culture for present and future. I like very much this title, how they say, really curating, you are really describing, you're showcasing, you're interpreting. It's very important. So that's why I think if people, not only the amusement, the museum is just like they call it amusement, that's enjoy. But the moment you go there and just look at the one art object, it really tells you complete of that period of time. And also the present, what we are, and also for the future. So it means that the compact is really an important place to enhance the happiness of the people just through one object and bring harmony. So this is what we think the National Museum library are also I think the performing arts, tangible, intangible culture, whatever. So this is one of the domains of gross national happiness to support or to enhance the happiness. I hope you are satisfied. If you are not satisfied, you have to come with me to Bhutan.
Sir, I truly appreciate your views. And this is only a view. This is not a statement from any government organization. This is personal view on your part also and on my part. And the museum, not only uses, it should be seen in a right perspective in the present scenario. And museum actually, sir, touches all walks of life. Museum can be under architecture, museum can be under toilet museums are in Delhi. In New Delhi there is toilet museum. Rail museum is in Mysore, Karnataka. There is a rail museum. So museum plays really a very, very vital role. Unless you know the ABC, you can't read the text. So museum teaches you the ABC, then gradual development of a civilization, of a culture, of any particular sphere of education. So that I fully appreciate that you are, and that should be treated in that holistic sense. You are absolutely right, sir. And I hope that coming generation or with the passage of time we will be able to see the museums with this eye, in this perspective. Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Bhagyalakshmi Molla, Director Odisha State Archives India and Curator Odisha State Museum. So my question is to Mr. Mishra. Actually, your paper impressed me like anything. A museum in changing time. And what I know, you have the key in your pocket of because you are the Under Secretary of Ministry of Culture India. But one problem which we all are facing in India, most of the authorities are the administrators. So they are not able to understand what is the real ethics of the museums or museology like this. So we are facing much more troubles to make changes for museums like that. Because as Dr. God said, museum is not as Ajab ya Jadughar. And nowadays, all the objects of the museum should speak to the public, should speak to the visitors, and should give some messages to the society, to the public like that. But what I think in British Museum or in Victoria and Albert Museum in Western countries, all the museums are very much familiar to the public, to the children, to the student, to the society like that. But what I find in India, it's quite very cold position, cool position, and very lethargic position. So what more can be done in this matter than in the changing time? What should be our aims and objects? Thank you.
This Jadoo Ghar or this magic house, whatever. This was the earlier times concept which I created. Generally, when museums were just started in 1814 or something. So that time and it is still, that is why the Saarc Culture Center has chosen the subject development of museums in South Asia, because development is still required. Though development is a continuous process, I admit it, but development is directly called for here in the South Asian region with the museum. Ma'am, I am telling you that the Government of India Ministry has cash and subordinate officers, and authorities in the ministry, or ministry rather I should say, the cash office is a technical office and subordinate office is the executing office. Like in National NRIC is a subordinate office. Your ASI is a cash office. So we actually have technical wings. We have our executing agency, and through them we work. They provide necessary assistance to us in the technical area. In all ministries you will find cash officers and subordinate officers. And the Government of India or any those who individuals, they are autonomous organizations, because we are giving grant to them, but they have autonomy in certain spheres. So it is not necessary that all the persons should know the same thing, because administration is required everywhere. So this is a question with reference to the establishment of or setup of Government of India. I think you are also an employee of Government of Odisha, and you must admit that any government functions through its various agencies. And in those agencies there are technical wings, there are executive agencies and others also. And so the Government of India works in this fashion, in this way. Number 2, 3, what you suggested, that like British museums and other museums in the West, we must have some extraordinary facilities in our museums to come at par with them. Obviously this should be. But I have presented in the paper where does the solution lie. The solution lies in building the latest technology in our museums. We develop the interpretation centers. We actually make the museums as an education center, practical education center. Schools are serving as theoretical education center for the history curriculum. So we can make the museums as practical education centers for the history curriculum. Take the students, make your education program in such a way that there must be some foundation for each and every school to take their children to the school, and on the history, modern history, ancient history or medieval history. So these are the ways through which we are doing something. But we can't just the concept which originated in the West and the concept which are only 2 centuries old in our region, South Asian region, they can't be at par with the West. Just maybe with our sincere efforts we can be at par with them, but it will require some time.
Thank you. Before that, can I just Mr. Usha, you have very well defended the government of India. Congratulations for that. But I must share the anguish that the professionals have against the administrators. They're not asking them any great deal of thing. They're just asking them to be sensitive to what they say. I'll give you one example without quoting, without naming the specifics. A proposal goes from the from a library to purchase books of maybe 200,000 rupees or something like that. There is something called IFD in the ministries, that is Integrated Financial Division. And their job is to put a query, most of the time a stupid one, on whatever you propose. And the query which was put by IFDs, one, how many books are there in the library? Two, have they been all read? Why you want to purchase new books? So that is the type of insensitivity which is thrusted down on the professional institutions and the professions themselves. Then there's like a putting a cold water on the enthusiasm and the spirit of that cultural profession. So all she is, if I understand her correctly, all she is saying is that please be more sensitive to the demands which the cultural profession, who is expert in his or her field, makes to the administrators. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Dr. Farid Hussain from Bangladesh. So I have a question to my dear friend from Bhutan. I give you thanks for the good presentation of your country paper. You already told your country is the land of happiness and peace. And that's why I want to know from you, what is your future plan? How to extend this happiness for the countries? Would you like to express your plan for extending the happiness for the countries?
Very good question. So, I wish not spraying, as I told you, that the ownership of gross national happiness is a good one. There's no doubt. The ownership of, but many Western countries now they are using. The Brazil is the first country ever the gross national happiness has been operationalized here before us. Now we are ready now. If there's a customers wants to have, we can export our gross national happiness. So now how? That is the how. Because happiness is the ultimate goal of the developing, the developed countries, whatever the happiness. In terms of Bhutan, happiness is the path to achieve. It's not our goal. Happiness is always there in Bhutan. Happiness is always there, and we don't want to lose that happiness. We don't want to get diluted by the modern, I don't know what you call the modern development. So that's why the Saarc country, when you talk about the Saarc country, if you are ready, and we are, Buddhist people are ready to share with you or deliver. But then, 9 domains and 72 variables indicators or 72 variables are developed based on Buddhist culture, Buddhist ecological diversity, economic, agriculture. Our main contribution to the economy is agriculture, almost 80%. We are not rich. And right education, health. So I don't know, your country may have a diverse culture. Bhutan is a homogeneous country, and we have 700,000 people. and very happy people. Materially, we are very poor. But when it comes to the happiness index, almost 7 or 8 numbers, the all 240 countries, according to the research done by Columbia University. So, do you know the first country in the world, the most happy country in the world? Denmark. Bhutan is number 8. So number 8, Bhutan is number 8. But when it comes to the material development, Bhutan is 158 or something. But when it comes to the happiness, Bhutan is ahead. So, but how to, because as I told you that some countries, for example India, billions, and they have a diverse culture. What kind of culture they should preserve and promote? This we have to really, is adopted, is really developed based on our, in our countries, in Bhutan. But now how we can easy, happiness doesn't come from the accumulations of the material. That is confirmed in Bhutan. Now how we educate now, very important part is the students in the school. 2010, I was one of the resource persons. We have already introduced mindfulness in the school. So mindfulness training in the school. By 2015, we are going to develop the curriculum, how we can study the gross national happiness, how we can really describe, how we can enhance. So Bhutan is the only country in the world where officially, formally, you can study about happiness in the part of curriculum. So that's why we hope in the future, maybe Bhutan is one of the most happy countries. I hope. I wish I am a Buddha so I can predict the future now, but I don't know. So that's why we hope. We always should be positive. If we think positive, because we are shaped by our thought. So we have to mold ourselves by positive thought. Thank you.
Mr. Naika from Sri Lanka. Your question is also for Dr. Koshi.
You all are fixing me.
No, because
I'm not happy.
but you have to make all of us happy. So my question is because we want to use the museums also to help in all of us achieving happiness. I have not been to the Bhutan Museum, but in almost all museums, more than 50% are about violence, victories from war and violence. So with that, it's very difficult to achieve happiness or peace. So how would you promote your museum concept to link it curating culture to create happiness, through creating peace, through creating loving kindness, metta, and by promoting in the museums the positive side of humanity? And just one third question to Dr. Das, is curating culture, can we take it outside the books and to take curators outside the museums, because the entire world is one museum?
Thank you very much. Very wonderful, so very enlightening questions. Most happy, I think, to make our people, if we don't judge them, then people are happy. That's the museum. Museum is a business-oriented country, oriented organizations, business-oriented. You have a souvenir shop, you have a cafeteria, you have what else? So only I found museum in Smithsonian. They are free. You can go around in the Washington D.C. You can go there. All you have to buy the bus ticket. Rest, then you can go. There's a free science museum, natural history museums, or whatever. Actually, secretary. But how we can really support and help to enhance happiness through our museums? In terms of National Museum in Bhutan, how we do? We are giving mindfulness meditation for 2 minutes, each student group when they come. And they know that happiness, we are convincing them that not only saying the art object which was produced in the 15th century. It is centered, for example, Panka, the Panka is the score painting. So we are giving some kind of teaching or gallery talk that people that even visitors, Western visitors, we are giving a talk that how it is important to really make you happy. Because the moment you enter in the museum, you are really becoming novel silent. We are not talking novel silent. So museums, when you look at the objects help you to bring your mind home. That is more than enough, I think, happiness. Because the object can bring or support to bring your mind home. Because when you are outside of museum, you are not at home. We are just, what do you call now? We are distracted by other things. When you enter in the museum, when you look at the object, you become with the object. You become with the object. Depending on the viewer, you become with the object, you really watch and you are here in the present moment. That is what museum can offer. If you go to education center, if you go to foreign ministry, if you go to home ministry, they have a busy bureaucracy. They have no time to really bring their mind home. I think museum is the only place where you can really be happy, more than happy. You can be inviting you to there. I think that's why I think we don't have to really special. This is the occasion. This is the time. Now the museum can make happy because music is really providing happiness and as a room for the happiness. Okay.
Isn't it true that all the museums and the antiquity laws that we are working under, were done by the British colonial rule? Then they gave us independence, and after that, they changed their rules, they liberalized and improved, and we are continuing the British colonial legacy of the bureaucracy and the antiquity laws. Isn't that what is limiting quite a lot of our museum development?
First, Mr. Dayalis and I. It took us quite a while to arrive at this tagline, curating culture for present and future. It doesn't say who curates, and it doesn't limit itself to the museum, if you read it again. So every person, every citizen, every human being is a potential curator. And what bit of culture is important to him or her? What bit of culture he can relate or she can relate to? That is his or her museum. That is a piece of culture that is or her domain. So it has got a very open-ended interpretation possibilities, and you are free to use it either way. Right. Second thing about Dr. Kavan's interjection and observation, it's very true. And maybe as an outcome of this conference, and I repeat what I said in my introductory remarks, that there's a feedback form. Don't consider it as a customary ritual, but this is a raw material which would be used by the plenary committee, which would set up, we could formulate a set of recommendations to be circulated to the member states. And this is one of the very good suggestions, and I would request Dr. Kashi and also Mr. Mishra to whatever suggestions, the 5 points that you mentioned and the 14 points that you mentioned, that how we can take the museum and make them more relevant today. We would very welcome all these suggestions, including the review of the existing law and changing them wherever the need is. According to me, the ideal would be to have a model law for the Saarc, model museum law. So then it could be adopted by different countries according to their own requirement and preferences. But we can have something like a model law. Before we before I request the chairperson to conclude this session, there's a short documentary which has been brought by Dr. Bhagya Manda from Odisha. It's a 10 minutes documentary on palm leaves, which we thought that you all would be interested. Her poster is on display outside, so you can go through her poster, corner him wherever you find her and ask her questions. So she is available for all the 3 days. Can we have the documentary, please?
Sir, can we speak 1-2 lines on this? Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very much thankful to Dr. God that he has given me such opportunity to show you this audio visual city and palm leaf manuscript heritage of Odisha. As all you know that Odisha is very much famous for palm leaf manuscripts, and we have in fact more than 50,000 manuscripts, palm leaf manuscripts in our collection. Probably it's the largest collection in the world, and we have divided all these manuscripts into 27 sections like Veda, Tantra, Puran, Lexicon, Grammar, so on. So most of the illustrated palm leaf manuscripts are very much available in all over India, and I always feel proud that I am looking up to you. Must will enjoy this audiovisual CD. Thank you.
Of all the rich treasures of the Odisha State Museum, the best and the most unique is the large collection of palm leaf inscriptions. The museum has the largest collection not only in the country but perhaps in the entire world. The collection includes a variety of items like manuscripts of ancient texts, both illustrated and non-illustrated, covering a wide variety of subjects like poetry, music, astrology, philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. Some of them are rare etchings and paintings, calligraphed palm leaf wall pieces, garlands, fans, and other miscellaneous items. The collection constitutes monasteries and universities. Thousands of years of ancient wisdom and knowledge are recorded in these manuscripts. Several of these manuscripts are exquisitely illustrated. If these manuscripts are destroyed, all these memories of human progress will be lost forever. Tender green leaves of different varieties of palm trees are selected and cut. These cut leaves are then dried in a controlled manner and seasoned. The leaves may be smoked, boiled in paddy husks, buried under silt, fumigated in kilns, rubbed smooth over wooden rollers, etc. in order to prepare them to be written on. The seasoned leaves are cut to the required size and often a hole or two are punched in them through which a cord is passed to tie the bundle. The writing and illustrations are incised or scratched on the surface of the palm leaves using a sharp, pointed metal stylus. These incisions are then made visible by usually rubbing into them carbon black ink. The text and illustrations are also sometimes painted on the palm leaf with a brush. The leaves are then strung together. Sometimes the leaves are stitched together to get a bigger surface. The various leaves are then sandwiched between wooden boards which are tied in place with the help of a cord in order to maintain the shape of the palm leaves when in storage. These wooden boards are sometimes painted and shaped into various forms. How do palm leaves deteriorate? Sometimes they are eaten by insects, such as termites, silverfish, or book lice. They may be stuck due to insect attack, boils, or varnish. Walling of leaves takes place because leaves were not kept tightly between wooden boards and due to uncontrolled drying in the sunlight. Edges get broken due to insect attack, mishandling by users, and when wooden boards are smaller than the manuscript. Brittle leaves break when the atmosphere becomes very dry and the leaves lose their moisture. Light inside showcases dry out the leaves and make them brittle. Stains and pen marks are formed when the users and the custodians become careless. Leaves also can get damaged at string holes because of constant uncontrolled movement of the leaves. Fire can destroy thousands of manuscripts in a few hours. Flaking of paint occurs due to rubbing of the palm leaves against each other when they are loosely bound. How can we protect manuscripts? When you receive or acquire a manuscript, do not keep it immediately with your other manuscripts because if it is infected by fungus and insects, it will pass on the infection to the healthy manuscripts. Clean it by brushing it gently and remove any insect larvae that you may notice. Replace the boards and seek specialist treatment. By tying with a cord to apply even pressure. Store the manuscript bundles neatly, if possible in closed racks, boxes, or covers. Wrap the manuscripts in a thick cotton cloth. Keep important manuscripts in small, strong boxes. All the manuscripts in the collection of Odisha State Museum have been digitized. All precautionary measures are taken by the authorities at regular intervals to ensure proper conservation of these precious manuscripts. All the manuscripts in the collection of the Odisha State Museum have been digitized. An online catalogue has been made by the Department of Culture, Government of Odisha. Visitors can access the digitized manuscripts and can search material based on author, subject and category. There are around 40,000 manuscripts under 27 categories, such as Veda, Tantra, Purana, Ayurveda, Jyotisha, Mathematics, Grammar, Lexicon, Silpa Shastra, etc. Visitors have access to the first and the last page of individual manuscripts. And can take copies for research purposes. There is facility for online purchase through payment as per the government decision. Palm manuscripts are worshipped in almost every household of Odisha. Particularly in rural areas. This tradition continues from ancient times. Till today, manuscripts continue to be worshipped in temples, shrines and Bhagavata Tungis. They play an important role as a rich cultural heritage of Odisha. A representative of the culture and the soul of Odisha, we must strive to preserve these precious remnants from ancient history for the future generations.
for participating for around 10 weeks session. So Samara Mamatunga will chair the discussion.
And we have assembled here to have a round table. As I said, it's not literally round, but of course there's a table and we can take rounds. So that way it becomes a round table. To head this session, this round table, we have got a very eminent historian and archaeologist of Sri Lanka, Professor Anurama. He is a professor of archaeology in the University of Kelania and also director of the Center for Asian Studies, and very actively involved in generating an international dialogue on various aspects of culture. So, without much ado, I'll hand over the proceedings to Professor Anurama to conduct this roundtable, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good evening to everybody. So, Sanjay has so kindly given me the social and intellectual engagement to museum. So this topic, I think you have to contribute more, and I just give a brief introduction about it. And this topic has two parts, that's the intellectual and also the social part, right? So the intellectual part, I think we know museum is an intellectual institute. I think the ICOM interpretation also, the education and intellectual and research part is a basic component of all the museums. So we can't escape from intellectual part. And we know all the museums in the world are initiated and established by intellectuals. Like the India Museum of Calcutta, it was established in 1814 by the Asiatic Society. The Asiatic Society is the first intellectual association of Asia. And not only India, the whole Asia was the first intellectual association. So they were behind the building of museums. And in Sri Lanka also, so this museum, it was established in 1877, and that was after the demand of the Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka. The Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka is the branch of Asiatic Society of Kolkata. Right? It has been established in 1845, and that association was behind all the intellectual works in Sri Lanka. Establishment of the museum, and establishment of the universities, and the archaeological survey department, and survey department at that time, survey department was already established there, but they helped to renovate it, and each and every kind of academic and intellectual activities were controlled and promoted by the Royal Asiatic Society in Sri Lanka. The museum is a direct product of the Royal Asiatic Society, so therefore we can't forget about intellectual part of the museum. Actually, when you think about the museums today, and also some of the museums, you might think that they are not that much intellectual, they are just storerooms, just exhibition halls, but it's not true actually. At the beginning, most of these museums were engaged in research, and they did big part on academic things. I think that the museums are much more ahead of the universities at that time, especially in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, universities were not that much advanced at that time, in early 20th century, but museum is far ahead of universities at that time. But I think now it has been reversed. Anyway, somehow at that time, museum has done a lot of research. So the intellectual milieu, otherwise intellectual background of a museum can be visualized from the work done by the museum. I think you all have heard about Ananda Kumaraswamy. Ananda Kumaraswamy is a product of this museum. Right? He was basically a geologist, but he did art historical research at this museum. He was not the employee of this museum, but he came here and he studied Hindu bronzes, and he published a book on the Hindu bronzes of this museum, and that is one of his first academic work. So we know he as the curator of Boston University, Boston Museum, attached to the Boston University, and also one of the pioneering art critic in Asia, and he is the product of museum. And this museum itself. We know him as a very high intellectual, academic, and I think he is the foremost product of Sri Lanka, so he is the product of museum, this museum. And some of the other aspects also, intellectual aspects. See the subject called prehistory. The prehistory has been forgotten by archaeologists in Sri Lanka. We didn't consider prehistory as a part of archaeology in Sri Lanka. Archaeological Survey Department did not know about prehistory. Universities did not know about prehistory. But only the museum initiated prehistoric studies in Sri Lanka. One of the pioneering directors here, P.P. Daranyadila, he did a lot of work on prehistory of Sri Lanka. So he published the Spolia Serenica journal, and it's well known in the world in this field. Right? Today I think we don't do any prehistory by this institute, but this institute is the pioneering institute. There were some prehistorians before that, but they were individuals. But as an institute, museum is the pioneering institute. And not only on prehistory, the terracotta objects were studied only by the museum, not by universities or not by other universities, by this museum. And rock art of Sri Lanka, the rock art studies was initiated by the museum people, right? And this kind of things, a lot of work on art history. So obviously that we have to do work on art history because a lot of art material are here. But apart from that, the prehistory, terracotta, and rock art, Hindu bronzes, that is also studied by the museum, because in Sri Lanka, though we have some Hindus, we have not paid enough attention to Hindu art, to be frankly speaking, right? But the only museum initiated study of Hindu sculpture. Normally, even today, some of the syllabuses, we don't know, even history department syllabus, we don't have that part, simply omitted. But thanks to the museum, we know that we have rich Hindu heritage in this country, very rich Hindu heritage. So we have to thank for the museum for that. Now this kind of researchers, I think, now I want to know from you how your museums in your country have contributed to this intellectual world as our museum, this museum, right? And now I will pass it to the social part. So what's the social responsibility or social integration of the museum? We know there are a lot of things like that. This several told about the happiness, right? It's a social thing. And we know when Dr. Mishra talk about education, that's also social. It's not only intellectual but also social, right? Not only that, and some other people, and also Sanjay, this culture and the other thing, curating culture, and that's also social thing. So this kind of things are nurtured, nourished, and promoted by museums. And not only that, I think we have to think about the identity of the society, the social identity. The museum has to do a lot on the social identity, right? The museum represents the social identity. So in this museum, if you go to the front gate or the opening room, gallery, you can see a huge Buddha statue there. So why we have kept it there? So that's for the identity. It's an identity matter, right? If you go to Chennai or Madurai Museum, probably you can see a Nataraja figure there. That should be there. But it represents the identity, right? At the same time, we should respect the pluralism of the world. Some of the countries like Bhutan or probably Tibet or some other countries are monocultural, but not that much plural. But all the other countries, especially India and Sri Lanka, and also Bangladesh and Pakistan, we are plural societies, right? And the world is plural in nature. We don't have a monoculture. The world is plural and we heading toward the plural world. So we have to respect that pluralism. So what we have done to our museums to respect this pluralism of the society, that we have to think about. Every society, especially in India and Sri Lanka, we are plural societies. There are so many ethnic groups, so many religious groups, so many classes, so many languages. Do we respect all of them? Do we incorporate all of them into the museum? So we have to think about those things when we consider about social aspect of the museum, right? And this also, and like some other things like physically impaired people. So there are a lot of handicapped people. In Sri Lanka especially, due to this war, 4% people are disabled in this country. After 30 years war. Can we cater them? What we have done for catering them in your museums in your country, and what we have done? Can a person who doesn't have 2 days to come up to this auditorium? That kind of things we have to think about in future. Okay? And the other thing is, other social aspect is the gender. How much we have thought about gender? You see. We know we have a director, female director, a beautiful lady. Our former director also is a lady, and there are also some ladies in the museum. But have we thought about gender balancing? I don't think. And most of these panels and also museum exhibits are male dominated. As a male, I am very happy about that. But even females are very happy about that because they don't know their rights. They also think in the line of a male in the world. But whenever, in future, when they come to know about their own rights, they will throw away some of our panels and some of our exhibits. But we have to ready for that day. Right? And about children, I think a lot of things to talk about children. Have you thought about children properly? Probably 1 or 2 galleries are there for children. Some puppets are there, or some children's drawings, pictures are there. But when you go to the toilet, I think these people have thought the children urinate from here. When you look at they fix it to this much height, and they have to think about children. If they have to think about, I don't know about ladies' toilet, but gents' toilet, then urinate are very high. But nobody school boy about grade 5 or 6, they can't use it. So do we have to think about it? And if we see this museum panels, I think even MA graduate can't understand some of it. Right? Very difficult. But we think we treat children well. It is not the treating children well. So this kind of things we have to consider about. I don't say that we have totally ignored those aspects. We are catering these aspects, but we have to think about those social facts. Right? So I am not going to talk more and more. I think now it's up to you to express how you have catered this kind of intellectual aspect and also social aspect in your own countries and own museums. So now it's up to you. Our most venerable Reverend is there, our most respected Sunday is here, and our Olali lady is here. I forget one thing, that even Olali manuscript studies were pioneered in this museum. The first Olali catalogue is done by this museum. And we have a very rich collection here, and we also have started a digitalization project here. So I learned lots of you also, and this kind of things also.
I mean, that's part of intellectual work, right? So it's up to you now to, I think we have only about half an hour or something like that, up to 5 o'clock. Kindly asked me not to go up to 5:15, but I think we should just stop at 5. Okay? So you also need to be a little bit rest today. So if you start early, so we can go early. So madam, so you are from Bhutan, I think? No. Pakistan?
No, Bangladesh.
Oh, Bangladesh, yes. So you have a very rich heritage and you have very good museums there. And also you have Asian museum or something like that in Bangladesh.
Thank you, sir, for your good social introductory investment for museums. And you know, in Bangladesh, we have a big museum in Bangladesh. We have, 44 galleries. And you know, in our museum we have 4 curatorial departments. You know, the art and culture, and history and culture, and ethnography. Due to this, you know, we have in our museum 3 big auditoriums here. And each and every day we are arranging a social function and amusement intellectual function also. A discussion function is going on every day, and our intellectual people are gathered in the museum, and they usher their intellectuality, and they show what is the next planning for the people coming, especially for the children and school-going boys and girls, each and every day. And we have a very rich, you know, the education department. We have a, the guide lecturer, and each and every day 3 or 4 schools from different parts of the country, they are visiting the museum, and they know our previous and past history and culture, and through this they are educated. They learned very new and good things, and we have our cultural functions. We have so many dances and so many the folk song each and every day. Our renowned and famous folk singer, they sing a song, and actually we have a rich culture in our country, and the museum plays a very vital role. So thanks for this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. How was the situation there for physically disabled people? Can they enter your museum easily, or you have a high stage like there, or you have to take them?
Yes, easy.
Easy access is there now.
Easy access.
Very good. Yes, sir.
I'm Sumar from the Science Museums in India. In our science museum, we have actually, for about that, we have a largest network of science centers in the world, in fact. And we have a very good program of bringing that inclusiveness in our museums. Especially when you talk about the toilets, we have a special form where every science center has a toilet, and for children and for adults we have separate. Yeah. And for the female and ladies toilet also, we take care of that. And the government of India has already had a plan to make all the museums accessible to all the physically challenged people. We don't call it disabled now.
Yeah.
We call them physical challenged. So we have a program. I think all the museums are accessible to them. And we have also taken a big program in our science museum for this economic inclusiveness, especially for people from lower category people. We are calling below poverty line people. We have a special free ticketing for them, and especially those people who are unable to come. For example, we are also reaching out to them through various programs. So, for example, if some children are there, if they are unable to come, we are partnering with NGOs and other people to to bring them to our institutions and they come to our place.
So you also go up to them? So
yeah, we also go up to them. Yeah, it's both ways in that way. Yeah. And that's why we are reaching to more than about 2.5 million people through this particular program. Yeah. Regarding this internship, actually I think there is a need for all the museums to think about that. The tradition of a grandparent bringing their grandson or granddaughter to a museum, is it still prevalent nowadays?
I don't think now they bring their children to the hospital in front of this.
Yeah, that's right. They are going to mosques in fact. Why it is there? Yeah. I think there is a need to rethink about that. Whether the museums are, they are really thinking about the public engagement. Instead of social and intellectual, we should think about the public engagement and just try to think about this aspect also. That whether we should bring, whether the museums are inviting for them, whether the programs are there. Actually, in our science museums, we have a program which brings this kind of people to us. We have a program for senior people in our science museums. So we are taking such kind of care. Probably tomorrow I will tell more in detail about it.
Thank you very much. I think India government is spending a lot of money for your country's image to first rebuild the airports. Now, when we enter India, now we feel India is ready. So I think you are very wisely, you change that. Right? I think now we have spent a lot of money, spending a lot of money for the museum sector also. And I think, as I perceive, four or something like that have spent for culture in Orissa, you say, for only culture. So that's very good. I think now they understood the development is not only earning money as you told, right? It's not only development. Thanks to Amartya Sen, now we know the development is the moral development, also the part of the economic development. Economy is not only money, right? So I'm very happy about the Indian situation, but now I know there are some problems. It is common everywhere in South Asia. This bureaucracy and lethargic aspects of us. And anyway, but we are heading towards progress. So that's very important. And I would like to know from you what you have done to help blind people, I mean visually handicapped people.
I would like to inform that a separate gallery has been made for blind people, especially on science in our Calcutta Museum. And we have experimented with special braille labels for them.
Very good.
Because, and we have a special guide for them who take these blind children.
So I think I have gone to your museum last January, Calcutta Science Museum.
You have been to the Birla Museum?
Yes.
So I think we have taken care of that. I think that's that's why inclusiveness involves a lot of people. It's not only one it's such kind of we have to be.
So I think another museum, I don't know, but what do you say Sri Lankan Museum, what's the situation? So Colorado Museum, what's the situation like? Do we have anything for blind people and visually handicapped people? I don't think we have think about it. Not even in Colorado Museum. I was there, so I should have been responsible for that.
I'm Krishna, assistant custodian. I'm on Kansas Official Museum, led by Department of Archaeology, Bangladesh. I want to say something in context of intellectual engagement through museums. Labeling and activity lecture and school program are regularly followed in archaeological museum in Bangladesh and brochures on antiquities museums published by our departments, and art and essay competition based on antiquities or museums for children is under consideration as future activities of the archaeological museums. Publications regarding museums and antiquities of the of archaeological museums published by Department of Archaeology, like journal, brochure, report, book, photographs, etc. These are available in our museum. in context of social enhancement to museums. In spite of Bangladesh having public holidays on Friday and Saturday, social people, especially every race, all kinds of races and classes of people can see the museum. The artificial museums are keep open on these days. This okay.
Okay, thank you very much about that situation. And now we would like to talk about Odisha. Odisha, now I think you have changed your name from Odisha to Odisha. Odisha.
Actually, ours is a multi-purpose museum. It's for research people, it's for students, it's for general people like that. We celebrate the 18th May every year, the International Museum Day, and also we celebrate the 29th December as the Foundation Day of our museum. And in this particular 2 days, we invite the students for painting competition, for essay and quiz competitions like that. Apart from these, we are planning for mobile exhibition for rural people especially. And those people, those are not able to come to the city to see the museums, it will come to those people and they can get the idea about the museums. And then we invite the students of the school students and college students, particularly in the summer vacation, to visit the museums, and we take the classes and we give some ideas to the students like that. Then we took the quiz competitions among them, so that we became able to throw our cultural heritage throughout the students of the state. My section is especially for manuscript section, and we are every year we used to publish the research books, and almost all the readers and professors and lectures from history, Sanskrit and other anthropological subjects, they used to come to the sections, and we provide all the information to them. And on behalf of our museum, every year...
the information is online also, not online.
Pardon, sir?
The information is online, not digitalized, and we can see it online.
Online. It's recently it's online. But those who are interested to come to our section, they used to come and they bring help from us, and many more Pamlik manuscripts have been published till date. So like this, we are very much accessible to the readers and to the professors, to the students and research scholars of the state and the country too. And we are very much happy for going to that mobile exhibition for the rural people in the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think she also reiterated the importance of publication. So that's one of the most important things we consider about intellectual aspect of the museum. I think we had a very high standard journal called Folia Serendica. It was known throughout the world in 1950s and 60s. But now I don't think whether we publish it or not. Either we publish it or not, I think that's not, we don't have that much. We own our parts on that. So I invite our museum friends to start it again. I mean, it is there, but not in that standard. So please don't misunderstand me, but we have to start it and standardize it, and we have to go to our former age. And some of you, and Dr. Gar, you don't have anything to say? Yes, And I would like to introduce him because he is one of the famous novelists in Sri Lanka. And he is the person who started e-book for the first time in Sri Lanka. So he claimed he himself a heritage.
My question is, I think, of all the countries with museums, what percentage of items in the museums are really on display and how much are in storage? And whether the items in storage, whether there is a regular stock verification of those items, because it all belongs to the entire event. So,
yeah, very important question you asked me. I think Sanjay is going to talk about the hidden museum calendar. He's going to talk about that. And you see this, we auditors sometimes count all these chairs and tables, chairs and everything, but they don't count antiquity. Probably they count it at museum. I asked from the museum, they told they count it. But from archaeological sites and what we have excavated, nobody counts it. Right? How many points we have discovered? How many portions we have discovered? Nobody counts. So there is a big problem. And I think archaeologists, they don't like it, but I think we also have to we have to establish accountability. Right? That should be done. It's very good point to raise. And Karan?
Just to reply to that, let me say that in my experience, I'm a private individual, not attached to the universities in the US. And when I got interested in coins, I asked the British Museum and I said I want to see what is not on display. And they made available the whole collection, 40 trays. They showed me under a lot of security, but they did show it to me. When I came back to Sri Lanka, I thought I should see the Sri Lankan Colombo collection of coins. I wrote a letter to the museum. I did not get a reply, not even saying I can't. It was just the proposal was not answered. Then about 6 years later, I was invited after there was a robbery here to do a study for the criminal investigation department about what was remaining of the coin collection. It was the first time I got the opportunity of seeing this fabulous collection that the museum here has. So this tells it's how do we change the attitudes so that people can actually use the resources. And it is really, as I asked a question, I think 90% of the items are not on display. Unfortunately here, one of the most valuable items was on display in the cultural thing, and unfortunately it's no longer available because it was stolen. And there was a tendency of this institution to nobody in the museum, but I think they won't speak on me. They didn't even publicize the fact that this was stolen, and they hid it. And by that thing is now claimed to have been melted.
Karan, I think we will talk these things when we come to the security of museum. Right? I think this attitude program is not only to this museum or the other museums, it's everywhere. Right? If you come to the university, it's also like that. Some people hide something. And if you go to the archaeology department, if you go to some other institutes, it's a common thing here. Right? It's not only you suffer, we all suffer. Right? Due to this attitude. I know one girl from our medical faculty. She is one of the best genetic scholars in South Asia. She wanted to see a skeleton discovered recently, but she was not allowed to see it. That skeleton was sent to England to study, but without showing it to that lady. Right? They refused to show it. So this kind of things not only happen at the museum, it happens everywhere. Even in the Western museums. See, once I asked from the Cambridge Museum to see some of the prehistoric items they were brought from Sri Lanka, from Bandarwala area to Cambridge Museum. They don't allow me to see it. Right? So this is not only here, even some other countries. They, you know that they like Mahidavaya right? It's not only so everywhere. But it's not good thing. Now we are going for the open society, right? Information age. Therefore, we can't hide anymore. So we have to, as Buddha told, once he told that when my Dharma was open, it is brightened. When it's hide, it is not bright. Right? So like that, if we can keep these things open, then the subject will bright. We can develop. Otherwise, we go that way. Okay then. Yes, you also.
Good evening to all the ladies and gentlemen and all the respected members of every delegation from every country of the Saarc present. I'm Tushar Agarwal and I'm a student of Vellore Institute of Technology in India. And I felt that I would shine some light upon this entire topic that we are discussing right now at Roundtable 1 through a student's perspective. So this short note, I've divided it into two parts. Firstly, it's commendable that I've been hearing all these things that every museum in the Saarc department has been conducting. Things which make it easier for every person visiting this museum to go about and understand the rich cultural heritage of his or her country. But sir, along with this, and I'm sorry that I say this, there's a major chunk of the population that we are missing out, or rather you as the museum management is missing out. That population, and I can speak on behalf of India, being an Indian at the moment, is the youth population, sir, as per myself. So we have, as India, going and developing and moving really fast towards development. Everything is technologically based. Everything that we require should be technologically advanced, or else the youth cannot connect itself to that purpose. Today, as I stand here, there is a reason why I'm here at this conference, and that will be a part 2 of my talk. But right now, there is a major chunk that is not involved itself in the museum. Other than the first trip that I took with my grandmother to the National Museum in Calcutta, I never ever went to a museum again, and that was because I was free then. Until I started studying and preparing for all my entrance exams and all my engineering tests, and I got into the entire science and the facts of the world. But I never went into the development and rich cultural heritage of my country unless I came across my professor who brought, Mr. Satyajit Koji sitting in, who brought and engaged me and the technology that I have been studying for 4 years as a mechanical engineer into archaeology. And that is what my paper presentation with him will be on tomorrow about. But that's the way I could link myself to the cultural heritage of my country. A small sector though of a Buddhist monastery in Ratnagiri, but that's the way I felt connected to it. So I feel that today, for social and intellectual engagement through museums, a major chunk would be development through technology. Technological advancement which can bring youth together, that major chunk of population which is going to determine the cultural present probably and definitely the future of the world.
Yeah. Really, the population is an asset, right? Earlier, some of the politicians thought that increase of population is a burden, but it's not like that. Not like Sanjay Gandhi thought, right? So we wanted to control population in India. But I think the biggest asset India has is population. If you manage it properly, you have a big market. Right? You have a very big market. Thanks to that market, the people are big power now. So I think more people is more happiness there. Right? Thank you. And even our families, in those days, there were 8, 9 members. So we were very happy than today. Today we have only 1 or 2. So every family. Right? So the big families are much better. Now our society, we can cater that. But nowadays we are only one child or two children. Like that. So personally I believe the more people is more happiness is there. Right? And I think I would like to listen to you also. Mr. Mishra.
I wanted to ask my follow and I want to to ask a question from you regarding just the word to spoil my happiness by asking questions. No, I'm not very good, but I want to learn something from that. That I remember. So what is the reason that even the museums in the West, the society we consider very vast society, they are hiding some artifacts which already belong to a particular country. What is the reason? Why are they? I see in our culture, some of the things were kept hiding. I see in our the sentiment behind it. I want to know because I'm from the I'm not from the professional music professional. I'm from administration side. Just I have developed curiosity to know. Yeah, I think that's our mentality because we get something high. See in our temple, and sometimes we can't see, we can't allow people to see the gold. Gold goes behind the curtain, right? Like that. And some of those things we kept hiding. So we thought that we keep them open, then their value will going less. That mentality is also there. And the other thing is the bureaucracy, right? One who gets the job somewhere, he thinks everything belongs to him, and he wants to keep them with his custody, and he doesn't allow other person to study it because he knows the importance of that. So he knows that I can't do this. Why I allow other man to do this thing, right? So like that mentality, we have to change his attitude. Otherwise, we can't do this kind of thing by imposing law, right? By law we can't do, but we can change the situation from education, from very beginning at the school level. But this current education system, I think Sri Lanka, we encourage selfishness, not the sharing things. Every school children now, they study alone, right? They share about their own fellows. But when we studied in 1960s and 70s, we shared everything. Even we shared our pen, now we shared our pencil and everything. But now we don't share. We are very selfish. So there we are heading now. So I don't think in the future, even though we open up the things by law and all that, this coming generation, it's not their fault, it's our fault because we introduce the education system, not them. Right? So I don't think about, I'm really bothered about that situation. I don't know about India, but in Sri Lanka, it's full curriculum and they are fighting now. I mean, they always in a competition, always. To enter university, to get a job, and even after get a job, getting for promotion, they are fighting. So this is encouraged by the society. So until and unless we change this social attitude, we can't change museums. Museums is a part and parcel of the society. So there's a social problem, not a museum problem. I think museums are much better than some other social institutions. Right? Museums are, I think, much more better. Some other places is worse. So this is a common thing. Okay then. I would like to ask Sanjay what Sanjay says. Okay, yes.
Good evening, my name is Abhishek, I am from New Delhi, India. I am not connected to a museum, but I just have a question. I've been to a fair number of museums across Delhi, of course, but I want to understand from all the guys who are from run museums here or attached to them, how important is it to have a commercial outlook for a museum? Because in our countries, whatever is free is not valued, which is why I really think if you have it very priced low and free, people don't value it. But these are the same people who go to the malls, spend a lot of money buying anything junk, but they will not want to pay a little amount of money to watch these exhibits. So, as museum establishments, how do you look at this? Where do you want to take the charging mechanism, for example, for ticketing? What's your outlook on it?
Yeah, but personally I don't like that to commercialize in museums because museum is for free access, free entered, right? And if you go to commercialize this is become shopping mall. And this is, I also would like to go to shopping mall than coming to museum. Museum I come once a year, but shopping mall I go every week, personally. So that, but there is some other kind of happiness there. But here it has some other kind of happiness. So this happiness, I think if you visit the museum once in your lifetime, that's enough. That happiness will last. But visiting a shopping mall this week, it lasts only for 2 days. Next week we have to visit it again. Right? But museum, I still remember how I visited here when I was a school boy. Right? When my school was nearby, so in the evening I was used to walk here and see the museum. That happiness is still remains with me. But nowadays I am not coming here. But I think that is the importance of museum. If you visited it once in your life, it remains for your lifetime. But shopping mall, if you visit it even every week, you don't remember it. Then next week you have to go back here to take that happiness. It's my personal point of view. I don't know if you will agree with me or not. But there is a point in your talk, because how we go to manage museums without money, and how people can spend some money for this kind of things. So that's what we did in Sri Lanka. We introduced the cultural triangle projects. Earlier we didn't pay even a single rupee to go to Anuradhapura, Coronado or CBA. But now we pay for that, and we earn a lot of money out of that. And that money used by these young people here for their activities. And I think that $2,000 million were last year by cultural tourism in Sri Lanka. I think that system should have introduced to India also. Still, I don't think they have that system. It's better to introduce that. But museums, I think we will go for the original aspirations of museums. It's a free institute. It means it's a valuable institute. If it is free, even people will come. It means it's very important. Right? People don't go even charge for it is free entry. People it should have come from our heart. And often visitors mean not valuable place. It's something. Anyway, Madam, I think you are from Bhutan. Would like to hear your voice? That's okay.
She is so happy that she can't express her happiness in words.
So you can talk now.
Beyond happiness is beyond words.
Okay. Sorry? Yes.
About charging for museums, CPD, I think foreigners have to pay $25.
Yes.
So if they are to pay $25 to visit Seagate, which is also part of our heritage,
yes.
And if that can be justified, then I think it is justified charging something even from the museum.
No, we charge here. We charge 500 rupees to enter here for foreigner.
Yeah, but even for the locals, like we said,
locals is 20 rupees, no?
20 rupees. Yes. And why not make it more valuable? Because how long can the museums maintain their institutions? Because every year I think the budget gets reduced for cultural things. So unless they go for commercialization or unless they tie up with the private sector, which is happening in the West now. Now private sector is investing in even the state museums because they can't survive alone. So other desperate action will be they will be reaccessoring their items to raise money.
Yeah, you are correct, Mr. Adesana. There are big theoretical issue on this matter. Some people like me argue not to charge more, and some people like me who argue the other side. So neither me or you wrong. We have our own standpoint, right? So that's a big live debate these days on that. You are correct to some extent, but I don't think we should go for this commercialization. I read Kumaraswamy's book in my young age, so I still guess it's commercial. I see it's a day. Yeah, that's what we are saying, but I feel the government should pump some money to this kind of institute, because it's beyond the whole world. So it's a government responsibility. I think we should put this into our constitution, and we have to force the government to give money to museums and archaeological sites, because it's a government responsibility, not the commercial sector's responsibility. I feel these museums and that type of thing. Museums were started earlier as a private sector enterprise, but national museums like this should be protected by the government. If government were to give up, what happened to education now? Education has commercialized now. Do you think that the same value is there? The present education? The same arguments are there. It says that we can't manage the schools without privatizing and all that. But what has happened now? Do we have that early ethics of education? And now all the teachers are commercialized. They do tuition only. They get something for tuition. Right? And so this state culture is institutes, then it will be a big problem. For today I am not in this committee, so I am not going to force my idea. The others may help. I think now our time is already past Sunday. Only you will agree with that.
Thank you, Anurag. My name is Sanjay Dev. We are all in the Saarc. I've been hearing very patiently to various standpoints. Let me begin by making a comment to King Ku. When you are overwhelmed with emotions, you
can't speak.
You fall short of words. And I am reminded of an incident in Lord Buddha's life. He was preaching in some village, and as it happens, when you say something good, people take it otherwise. Some people take it otherwise. So one man walked up to him, and he was, seething with anger. He was red-faced and almost fuming. And he spat on Lord Buddha's face. And Lord Buddha had Anand, who was also his first cousin. And being a Kshatriya by his race, so he immediately got agitated and he wanted to hit this person's face. How dare he? Buddha asked him to hold on. He wiped his face with his uttari and he said that, do you have anything else to say? And by that time this man was a changed man.
Yeah.
He fell on Lord Buddha's feet and he started crying. And then Lord Buddha said to Anand, did you see that he was so full of hatred against you that the words were falling short to express his hatred and his anger. So that's why I said that you have anything else to say. Coming back to the point which was raised by Mr. Dayas Naik, and you countered it. And also Abhishek put in his own point of view. See, we are not talking about turning the museums into malls, but taking the positive side, positive aspects of the marketability. And I will give you two examples to substantiate my point. Charging of the ticket, if you see the total budget of a museum, and the proportion of the income earned by the tickets, it's negligible. So even if the museums do not, they stop charging entrance ticket, things are not going to fall. As far as the budgetary let me complete. The best example are all the museums of the UK. The British Museum, I mean, it does not undermine the value of its collection. On the other hand, the footfall in the British Museum would be several times more than the footfalls of any of the museums in South Asia. So the charging or not charging ticket is not to say that we are going for or against the commercialization. But at the same time, the earning of the British Museum, you see, through all the memorabilia, all the research publications, through base exhibition. I mean, they don't charge for the museum entrance, but they charge very heavily for the special exhibitions that they hold. Right? And you have to book months in advance to get the ticket. So I think these are some of the things that we should think in our own context. And I also do not agree that you visit museum once as a child and the impression is there for the rest of your life. No. The fault lies with the museum. They have to every day they have to reinvent themselves, and they have to surprise the visitors. They have to offer something new that you would look forward. I mean, why people go to the British Museum? Because now is this exhibition, then other exhibition, something that we do not sell. And I would also propose something out of the box, that let one area of the museum, of every museum, should be on a rotational display. 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 3 months, 4 months, whatever. And there would be a number of commercial enterprise who would like to join on that. Another example from the British Museum, the entire coin gallery has been sponsored by HSBC Bank. So the money is not a problem. How you engage and how you market yourself, that is an art that we have to learn. I mean, look at our museum shops. They're in a very pathetic condition. This hard, and whatever we small number of artifacts that we do sell in our museum shops are all of Chinese origin. They're all Chinese. So can't we have our own artisans working and displaying and marketing with their own? We talk of the mask, and here is a person who is making a mask and he's selling it. We talk of the pottery, here is a person who is making pottery live and he's selling it. So what I am saying is that the museums need to redefine their role in the society. That's why we chose the topic that is there on the screen, social engagement. I won't go into the intellectual because you very elaborately expounded upon that. But social engagement is very crucial. You talked about the publications. How many museums have a publication dedicated to children? We are not talking about the academic, intellectual publications. According to an estimate, at least 30 to 35% of the visitors constitute children. So, do we have anything to offer to them as a treatment? The answer would be a big no. So these are the various points that we need to think about it, draw a proposal that is common to the museums in this part of the world, and that is precisely the purpose and the objective of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Actually, the things that we are talking and we are talking now are highly discussed in the museum forums these days in the world, and I think we could have a separate conference for that. How to manage and manage museums or something like that, and it's worth to have and worth to discuss, and we should discuss again and again this kind of things. Then we can learn, and some of the things, and every week we are learning, and even though you are a student, not only you are a student, we all are students, right? We all are students, so we are learning, constant learning we are. So for learning, it is easy to learn like this informally, like this, not by reading a book.
not by reading a textbook. This kind of learning is very important. So probably next time I may be arguing in support of you, probably. So it can happen. Probably I can think in some other line. We are not adamant, right? We are not adamant. And probably next time you may argue in my side, in favor of me. And I may argue in favor of you. So that's the intellectual thing, right? So that we are changing, we are learning, we are constantly learning, right? So for the last question, last comment for you.
Thank you so much. I think as a university academic, we have a link with the social and intellectual connection. My student Tushar and Abhishek brought this up. I having spent 20 years in Britain, I think that making museums more interesting is very important. What sets the Saarc nations apart is our rich folk traditions and our musical traditions. And when you were showing me manuscripts of Jayadeva Sita Govinda and all the illustrated manuscripts, there is an anthropological content, there is a social content that is linked to music and dance. So in the Fitzgibbon Museum in Cambridge, when there was a section on French Impressionism, a lot of Berlioz and French music was played at this site. There was a huge entrance fee. The top classical musicians actually performed, and people paid heavily to have a kind of a unifying sort of aesthetic experience, combining sound and a visual impact. So we excel in this tradition in this part of the world. Why can't we have Gita Govindam presented in the Bhubaneswar Museum when you have a special display of the Pangli manuscripts? I think these are some of the thoughts that where we sort of reinforce our cultural traditions, where we excel and make a museum story more intellectually appealing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we are talking about the intangible part of heritage, so that's also very important. Mainly the museum is for the tangible part, but now we know tangible part is not the cultural whole. Right? We have an intangible part also, like music, dance and that kind of thing. So we have to incorporate that also in museum in future and present also. And that's a very good idea. We can, I think, here I think if we go to the Craft Museum, National Museum Gallery, we can hear the music of Candy period. I think that's marvelous. But we don't hear, we just walk there. And then our music, our folk music is unique. So it's worth to play it here. And I think in future we can think about those things. And now we are already past this time given to me. And hopefully, what to summarize? I think I no need to summarize. I talk in middle of your speech. I took your time, and I don't want to take more and more time. I think there is nothing to summarize. I think whatever you talk, it's with me and all of us. We keep those things in our mind, and one or other day we will implement it. Right? Some of the people, probably the person in the most behind seat, probably implement it one day. Right? So it's like that. Probably you think that we talk and go, but it's not like that. There are some people, they take them into their mind. That's very important. Sometimes the person who have never talked or they have never saw their intellectual face to us, but he may learn something from this discussion. So we need more and more discussions, more and more conferences like that. So this is the way we should express our feelings. Right? I told you that I might change in future. Probably I may take your point as my own point and I nourish it and probably present it. It's like that. So that's the way of learning. So we all are students, probably different stages, but we are students. So this type of conferences for that.
And I would like to thank Sanjay for inviting me here, and I apologize for my bad language and weak language, but I think you can understand me. That's the most important. And Bangladesh people can celebrate World National Language Day because you proposed it to the UN, right? February 20th, April. So that's World Language Day. National Language Day was proposed by Bangladesh government to the world. So we appreciate that and we honor Bangladesh for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. It's a great occasion, and my wife who is in UK as we speak here, she was updating her status on the Facebook, and there's a status update which calls feeling Diwali. This is a new thing which has been added on the Facebook status page. So we all can feel Diwali here away from our home. So over to you, Akshay.
There is an announcement to those who are staying at SLF5, Foundation Institute and also Hotel. The Saarc van will be ready at the entrance to take you to Ozu and SLF5, and please be ready by 6:30 at the hotel lobby, from where you will be picked up and taken to the welcome dinner hosted by the director at Roger Bujur, Liberty Arcade, Colombo 3. So please be ready by 6:30 at the hotel lobby.
Gue link karena URL ke yang boleh kena. Ini kan lagi. Bangun apa ini tinggi? Ini kalau record bela. Record ke? Kenal ni? Betul ada? Oh, yang apa itu?
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Tuh क्या क्या आता है?
Ada link dah lepas ada.
Nếu tahu lah.
Bukan ni, bukan ni baik. Bukan yang awal tu kan? Ada lagi ada duit kan dia. Dia tu marah kan? Dia tu marah.
Mana? Ada ni mekanik cakap kan?
Duit kan? Beda. Oh, dia nama.
Mekanik dia lah. Mana
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Ada yang mana? Ini kan? Kita aja.
Ada. Bank में आ गए कैंपस में ले जाते हैं ओह
Xong đến này.
ये
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Tamam. Una dona idane. Odi kata.
फोटो कैमरा देखा फोटो कैमरा पूरी जैक क्या This is a demonstration of Wirecast. Kalau mau tanya sih ini aku jadi buat apa dia kan? This is a demonstration of Wirecast. Kalau ini kok berjadi kalau belum ada di dekat, sobda open kan ada apa nih peste mah isi pasca. Ya, berarti ini ini loh. Ini kalian itu ini. This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Ini mantan.
Ini kalau battery marukan itu, battery marukan itu deh. Ini 50 ke 30 ka boleh apa nih? Ini kita ada buat ke. Ini ada ada.
Wah, ini dia orang tempat motor.
Datang dia harus panggil naik koma semua ni.
Oh, gitu koma ini.
Cinta kan? Kita kena ya. Mereka itu marah ni. Apa driver ni?
Ini
itu deh. Iya, paling ini. Demonstration of Wirecast. Dia tu dia mana? Mari kami. Ini driver teknik ni.
Yang mana?
Driver.
Yang mana?
Iya lah.
Udah.
Driver tengok. Udah dia kat sini. Dekat ni lah. Yang ni.
Sekarang yang ini dah sikit ni.
Ini
berapa itu ni?
mau जगते हैं
Ada bukan dek.
गाड़ी नहीं रोक नहीं कर
Nampak सामने बाबे itu.
आजे दिखिया मैं pada check करना क्या इसी बात जाना है कि गई अंदर दिपा गो तो तरह ये ना वो कहां नहीं बारे demonstration of Wirecast.
Ready ni. Mana tu bola mana?